Je reconnais l'honorable ministre.
I'd like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government would like to make life more affordable for Canadians. And so, pursuant to Clause 32 of the Standing Order, and in the name of the Minister of Finance, I would like to table in both official languages a report on official languages and a tax cut for all Canadians, as well as a rebate for Canadians that will put more money in Canadians' pockets so that they be able to focus on that which matters for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Resume consideration on a question of privilege concerning failure to produce documents pertaining to the Substantial Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Kelly.
Reprise du débat, comme on avait terminé.
Resuming debate as we left off yesterday, the Honourable Member from Lévis-Lobinière, he has 11 minutes left for his speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to participate in the debate today. What brought me to participate in politics was to create a better world, and also because of the Liberal government's scandals, and we were outraged by this. Canada stood up and decided to tighten their belts to balance the budget. But today, after 9 years of this Liberal government, things are not going well. The NDP finally got the courage to put an end to their agreement with the Liberals, this illegitimate government that is harmful to Quebecers. So today we're talking about this green slush fund. The government has taken advantage of the environment to harm Canadians and take their money. This government was caught red-handed. What's the most disappointing is that there are never any consequences for the government. It's Canada that pays the price. They pay the price in hard work and for their safety as well. I know that we're going to get out of the disaster that's been created by the last 9 years of the Liberal government. We have to think about young people. I know that they are going to make the right decision and vote for us going back to common sense. The rate of poverty in my region is the lowest in the country. Childhood poverty is at just over 5%. We can be proud of what we have accomplished. Young people have the right values, and a conservative party would make sure we continue common sense. There will not be favoritism or cronyism, and there will be no conflict of interest issues. I have 7 grandchildren, and I know that they will have a bright future with the Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I am very optimistic, and I think that this scandal has given us an opportunity to know how we should be voting for the future. Conservatives have the well-being of Canadians at mind. We will be a government that will make sure that we are supporting Canadians every day, and to make up for the disaster that the Liberals created. We will make Canada safer. Mr. Speaker, I would ask those on the other side of the House to provide unredacted documents to the police. This is quite easy. This is a House order where you don't need to send the question back to committee. We simply need to provide the documents. This is what we call transparency. I sincerely hope that I will not have to get back to this topic in the House, because I hope that the Liberals will listen to this order and comply. It's unbelievable to see the lack of seriousness from the Liberals on this question pertaining to SDTC. There have been many hours of debate, and yet the government is continuing to ignore the legitimate request of this House. They're simply brushing it aside, brushing aside a scandal. The Conservatives are shining a light on the issue and making sure that we receive these unredacted documents. This scandal shows how the government has mishandled taxpayer money and how they are working with their friends. And this doesn't make anyone want to give money to this type of government. Conservatives would responsibly manage taxpayer money and spend responsibly. Unfortunately, we've made it to this difficult point. We've never seen things so bad since the 1970s. The economic situation is not as good as the Prime Minister likes to say. What we can see is that the Liberal government is struggling to offer services and support the economy with uncontrolled spending, and this will have an effect on future generations. This is what I would call economic vandalism. It's extremely disappointing when we see the increase of GDP that is not keeping up with our neighbors south of the border over the past 9 years. On top of this, there is corruption that is not very well hidden. And so today, young Canadians are turning away from the Liberals and the Bloc because they have not handled things properly. It's issues in ideology that is not allowing young people to see a bright future in them. They don't seem to be taking into account the disastrous effects of their experiments. For example, on the topic of capital gains tax, how they're managing the drugs crisis, and so on and so forth. On the left, with the Liberals and the NDP, nothing is going well. As long as we stick with this Prime Minister, it's a vicious cycle. The carbon tax penalizes those who work hard, entrepreneurs, and it penalizes Canadian consumers, those that are struggling to make ends meet at the end of the month. And as if this wasn't enough, the entire industry is struggling, and south of the border, they have been experiencing growth that we have been losing since 2015. Companies are suffering from arbitrary discrimination, as we can see with the Green Slush Fund. And so everyone's been penalized by the Liberals, except their little friends, who have benefited from grants. We can see the extent to which Liberal favoritism is at play here. The Housing Accelerator Fund costs $4 billion to Canadians. That being said, there has been a decrease of 75% in new builds. And things are not going well in terms of new builds. throughout the country. We've seen a 42% decrease of new housing builds in certain part of the country. We need to get rid of GST on new builds, which would save $30,000. We need to get rid of this bureaucracy created by Liberals that is costly. It's become impossible for Canadians to own a home, and this was not the case in the past. 75% of renters need to sacrifice basic needs such as food and clothing just to be able to pay their mortgage or their rent. The Liberals seem to be playing with these tools, but they're having a great effect on Canadians' basic needs. We've never seen such a situation in terms of housing, and the Liberals are creating record deficits. What's missing here is basic skills for the government. Canadians are begging us to call an election as quickly as possible, but the Liberals are continuing their filibustering at the House because they refuse to provide unredacted documents to the police. The Liberals are continuing this sort of hot potato game, and unfortunately, personally, I've seen that gangs in Lévis and in my riding are having an effect on young people. We can see that the Liberals are too soft on crime. And this compromises the well-being of our children. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that it wasn't always like this in Canada. And when the Conservatives are in government, it will no longer be the case. We will cut taxes, we will build homes, and we will stop crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie la...
Thank you to the honourable member. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have the pleasure of sitting on the Public Accounts Committee. My colleague seems to think that the police needs the House to provide certain documents. I don't know if you've heard of a search warrant, but it is an order that allows police to do a search on a private property and take certain objects that they may find there. So the police doesn't need the House to access documents. The police can do their job. Let them do their job. July 25th, a letter was written to committee. The opposition is using the House to filibuster because, and you know, this means that we're not able to table bills here in the House. What they're talking about has nothing to do with SDTC. So when will they stop this filibustering in the House? The honourable member from Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the House asked the government to provide the unredacted documents. If the police had these documents, maybe they would have provided them. But they've only received redacted documents. So they need to provide unredacted documents to the police and to the House to make the issue clear. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Rimouski, Négette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. He stated that the Liberal Party is a party for whom corruption is in their DNA, and I agree with that. Also, the lack of transparency and the mismanagement of public funds. But can he speak to what his party has done? Tony Clements, a minister, actually embezzled more than $50 million in his own riding. The Auditor General at the time stated this. Mr. Speaker, this minister was not just any minister. It was the president of the Treasury Board at the time, the person that needs to oversee the administration of public spending, the federal government spending. So how can Quebecers trust a Conservative party that acted with a lack of transparency and mismanaged public funds when they were in power. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I'd be very happy to talk about the fund that was created by the previous Conservative government following the 2018 economic crisis. We decided to invest in Canadian workers and in projects that offered so much to our communities. We gave money directly into initiatives to create jobs for Canadians and allowed Canada to recover better than any other G20 countries. We were #1. And after this economic action program, the Canadian dollar before that was only at 70 cents on the American dollar. So this is why we need to better support Canadians. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Lévis-Lotbinière for his speech and for his experience. Mr. Speaker, we just heard the response from my colleague that has talked about the Conservative government and the extent at which we implemented tangible action. My colleague is the Conservative colleague that has been here for the longest time in his party, since 2006. Based upon his experience, has he already witnessed a government that refuses to comply with a House order?
Order. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is truly unprecedented. A government that refuses an order from Parliament? Well, refusal is even the wrong word. They're hiding information because they're worried about what is going to come out. We are in the final days, perhaps the final months of the current Liberal government. Canadians are calling for an election. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on the topic. During his speech, which began yesterday, the Environment Minister rose to submit the details of the announcement made by the government. They announced that over $6 billion will be added to Canada's national debt. It is to no one's surprise. They also said that they will be reducing taxes on Canadians, but only for 2 months. So it looks like the government is really just tricking Canadian taxpayers. I would like my colleague to weigh in on the government's announcement, even if it lacks some details. What does the future hold for Canadians? We know that the carbon tax will go up again on April 1st, so I'd like to hear my colleague weigh in on these recent measures. With a point of order, the honourable member for Calgary, Prescott Russell. I'd like to thank my colleague for asking a question about the minister's speech this morning, but we are currently discussing STDC, and his question has nothing to do with that. There is a certain level of flexibility granted to members by the chair, and the question does generally fall into this debate. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interviewed about this on Radio Canada this morning, and I said that these measures are a drop in the ocean. Certainly, parents would be happy to pay less GST on diapers, but they'll be wiping up messes for the rest of their lives because of $6 billion worth of debt. Over 20 years, that $6 billion will grow with interest and continue to double and double. So Canadians will be paying for this 2024 initiative for the rest of their lives. Think about that. The burden of debt is being placed on our children and even on our grandchildren. Before we move on to questions and comments, I would like to remind all members that it is very important to speak in parliamentary language when giving speeches here in the House. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. To continue along that same vein, the Liberal government is declining in the polls and desperately decided to send out checks to people right before elections. The checks might even be received during an election. Stephen Harper actually used the same strategy back in 2015. He sent checks to Canadian households right before the 2015 elections were kicked off, and we know what happened then. Does my colleague believe that this is a proven electoral strategy? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An adjustment to the family benefit, which is what the Conservative government did, is not the same thing as sending $250 to 60 million Canadians right before elections. If that's not an electoral strategy, I don't know what is. Liberals need to give families a break. Questions and comments? With a quick question, the Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can see that the Conservatives are jealous of us because we put in better tax cuts than that, and we don't want elections. We don't need elections in order to cut taxes. Here's what I want to know from my honourable colleague. Will he have the courage to defy his leader and support our measure because it is important to help Canadians now? And with a quick answer, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I will happily be voting against this measure to give $250 checks to people who earn $150 a year. People earning $150,000 a year will receive the same check as a single family, a single mother earning $47,000. That's ridiculous. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud today to rise on behalf of my constituents in London Fanshawe. I'm always proud to be able to represent them. Every day I come to this place eager to do work, to create solutions and programs that will help my constituents. That's what they expect from me. Each person in London Fanshawe depends on me to be honest, to act with integrity, to the best of my ability, and to improve this country, to expand upon the social programs and services upon which they depend, to help them and address the issues that they're struggling with. Many of my constituents are worried about the cost of living, about feeding, clothing, and housing their families, about their jobs, about their quality of life, their health care, their pensions. They worry about their family and friends down the street. Many worry about their friends and families all around the world who want to come to Canada to share in this idea of what Canada is. So many of my constituents are terrified for their loved ones around the world, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Gaza, in Lebanon. People in my area, in my community, are terrified. And as a G7 country, they look to our government, expecting us to show leadership on the world stage to fight for a more just world. I have spoken in this place often about how proud I am of the support New Democrats have gotten for Londoners and for Canadians. The provision of dental care is actively helping so many in London Fanshawe. Seniors have told me that they are relieved because after having spent years of living in pain, they have the ability to get their teeth fixed. And pharmacare, the provision of free diabetes medications and devices and contraceptives will save millions of people millions of dollars. I am proud that I can be a part of those supports. And many other New Democrats, they've negotiated them with this government for people. New Democrats did that. We used our time here not to promote ourselves, but for others. And I am frustrated beyond belief because despite my being elected to help navigate these issues with my constituents, I'm here today having to talk about greed and the corruption of the government. In the last month or so, I've been disappointed every day because we keep coming back to a conservative filibuster and a liberal cover-up, and we continue to listen to liberals and conservatives compete over how bad each other is. Every day in this place, conservatives talk about how bad liberals are, how scandalous they are, and the liberals in return talk about how bad conservatives are and how scandalous they are. Well, guess what? Both are terrible. They're both scandal-ridden. Newsflash. Every party, whether it's the Liberals or the Conservatives, have not used their power that they have been given by their constituents for all of their constituents. What so many members in this place don't seem to understand is this place, Parliament, this access to power, isn't about them. I'm not here for them. I'm here for the people who don't directly sit in this chamber, who don't represent billion-dollar interests or individuals, who hoard wealth and power, the wealth and power of this nation for themselves. For the majority of each party's time in power since Confederation, these two parties have worked to undermine working people. They have worked to ensure the system only benefits themselves and their closest friends. They're friends who already hold a great deal of power, but are also determined to never lose it. And up until this point, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to enter this debate. But let me tell you, after weeks of listening to conservative after conservative after conservative, and from the member for Winnipeg North, I couldn't take it anymore. So we're debating this issue of integrity again, or lack thereof. So I've entered the fray. And I can't imagine how many hours have been spent in this House over the decades, Mr. Speaker, debating Liberal and Conservative scandals. Under Stephen Harper, where many of today's conservatives are cutting their teeth, including the current Conservative leader, we saw the other place stuffed with party insiders that treated the public purse as theirs. They lined their pockets only to have the Prime Minister's office try to cover it up. We saw in 2011 the Conservatives use robocalls to mislead voters away from the polls to try cheating their way into a majority government. We saw the member from Peterborough Kawarth's predecessor, Dean Del Mastro, carried away in handcuffs for breaking election laws to cheat and to hold on to power. We saw Peter Penishu take illegal campaign donations and be forced out of cabinet. We saw Max Bernier, the Conservative leader's old colleague, forced out as Foreign Affairs Minister when he left classified NATO documents laying around. We saw the member from Parry Sound Muskoka's predecessor take $50 million out of the public purse to flood his constituency with gazebos and expansions under the guise of the G8.
Shame.
We saw the Auditor General investigation showing they refused to keep a paper trail.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton is rising on a point of
Yes,
order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if we have quorum.
You know, if we don't show up and shut it down, we don't care. We don't get to speak.
Moi, je vois 18.
I'm seeing 18 people.
I thank the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton. I am reassured that we do have quorum in the House.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton for ensuring that there were many people in this House to listen to me. I also know that there was probably trying to cut down on potentially me listing all of the Conservative scandals, but I'm going to keep going. We saw the Conservative International Aid Minister held in contempt when he lied about defunding Kairos and charities. We saw the government held in contempt for lying about the F-35 fighter jet program. We saw the Conservative Defence Minister taking a Cormorant search and rescue helicopter out of the military, where we use them for necessary rescue missions of Canadians for a joyride. And finally, we saw the government refuse a production of documents which is ironic, which was passed by a majority vote in Parliament to produce documents underpinning their so-called tough-on-crime legislation. Shame. That is the same situation we are in today, where they did not respect the authority of Parliament. And that was because they knew what those documents would show, that Conservatives want to throw the book at youth or our fellow Canadians trapped in the cycle of poverty and petty crime while covering up for their white-collar crimes and corruption during their time in Parliament.
Shame.
So Canadians finally got sick of watching Conservatives cut our community services to fill their pockets. They threw them to the curb, and they elected Liberals. But this Liberal government has been no better. When SNC Lavalin was caught bribing the Libyan government, this Prime Minister tried interfering to save his powerful buddies. When Canadians were making sacrifices to make it through the COVID-19 pandemic, the Liberals tried ramming through their convoluted program to refuse students relief while lining the pockets of the PM's friends, the Kilburgers. We saw the Prime Minister set up cash for access fundraisers, where the wealthiest and most powerful in Canada could pay the maximum amount legally allowed to have off-the-record FaceTime with the Prime Minister. We saw the Prime Minister promise to be Canada's first environmentalist government, and then he bought a pipeline. The Liberal government is once again accused of corruption, scandal, and misspending. In this case, this time, it concerns a fund called the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, which is something that was established in 2001. It was afforded over $1 billion in 2021 to be delivered over a 5-year period. Through an Auditor General report and a spot audit of this fund, 90 cases of conflicts of interest were identified, totaling about $80 million of taxpayers' dollars. The question was raised whether the people who were making those decisions, all appointed by this Liberal government to allocate those funds, were actually giving it to the companies that they themselves controlled or that were connected in some way with them, which would seem a significant conflict of interest. According to the Auditor General, the projects that were approved and did receive millions of dollars of taxpayers' funds overstated the environmental benefits that actually came to pass. In fact, over the past 6 years, SDTC approved over 225 projects worth about $836 million, and although the Auditor General did only a spot audit on the sampling of this, she found consistent, pervasive, and repeated conflicts of interest, misspending, and wasteful spending. The Auditor General put the blame squarely on the Liberal minister who was responsible for this fund and said that there was a lack of oversight. Hell yes. I'm shocked that almost $1 billion fund was running with such a significant lack of oversight by the Liberal minister, who was supposed to make sure that those funds are spent in accordance with the authorization of Parliament. The Ethics Commissioner is now investigating the former chair of SDTC, who approved herself 2 grants greater than $200,000 to a private firm that she herself directed. She did not recuse herself. She participated in the decision of SDTC to approve the grant. That case is being investigated as we speak. This is important. And I agree with all my NDP colleagues, with all parliamentarians actually, that this is horrible and we have to condemn this kind of wasteful spending and scandalous corruption. The official opposition has put forward a motion demanding documents from the government so that we could get to the bottom of it, as is Parliament's right. The New Democrats also joined with the official opposition, and we supported that request and demanded production of documents to the House so that Parliament can exercise its constitutional duty to scrutinize spending of government and to hold government accountable. The Liberals at first didn't want to deliver on those documents, but then the will of Parliament is supreme, and certainly New Democrats demand that transparency and accountability occur. So the government was prepared to produce the documents to the House, but they wanted to redact them to some degree. Now, sometimes the redaction of documents is legitimate, for national security reasons, to protect sensitive information, but in this case, it's hard to know the reasonings for the redactions without further context. I do worry that the government sometimes wants to redact information that they shouldn't. But Parliament has yet to receive the documents, redacted or not. So then, the official opposition decided that they wanted all the documents unredacted to go to the RCMP. Now, this is where it gets a little confusing, because the government has refused to do that, saying that while Parliament has the right to these documents, it's unprecedented to demand the production of documents to a third party. There's also an issue of whether the police forces, in this case the RCMP, might have their investigation compromised by having documents produced to them in that way. So I believe that I'm a reasonable person. Maybe others disagree, but I think that I'm reasonable. And I think that a reasonable person who has their constituents' best interests at heart, who respects Parliament and our democratic institutions, would say, okay, there's some doubt about referring these documents to a third party. Fair enough. So let's have the documents come before Parliament, as is its right, to ensure that the Speaker's ruling is followed. But after 6 weeks, here we are, still in a filibuster. Instead of responsibly doing what the Speaker directed and sending these documents to Procedure and House Affairs Committee, of which I am a member, so that we can do our job and investigate this motion, we are instead sitting again through a Conservative filibuster and a Liberal cover-up. And on top of everything else that most Canadians would shake their heads about, this filibuster is costing taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. We are not doing the work that we were sent here to do. In London Fanshawe last week, there were people who were forcibly evicted from their homes because a greedy corporate landlord rent-evicted them. People were torn from their home and from their community. We're not talking about that. In London Fanshawe 2 weeks ago, I sat with families who cried as they told me they couldn't get their families out of Sudan because this government refuses to fulfill the promises that they made to create special measures within the immigration system. We're not debating that. In London Fanshawe over a month ago, I spoke to constituents who told me how difficult it was working in key community and public organizations that deal with mental health, addictions, housing, women's safety, the youth justice system, and so many more, because they are not making a livable wage. And even though they love the work that they do and the people that they serve, they can't make ends meet. And they are worried that both the federal and provincial governments don't value them or their clients. We're not debating that. These are the issues of the people in my riding that need to be debated in this place, that need to be solved. They sent me here to deal with them. They want to know how we can make sure that everyone has a secure, affordable, and decent place to live. They want to be able to feed their families and build vibrant communities. People are struggling, Mr. Speaker. And what are we doing? We're being filibustered about scandals and greed. So I will say it again, Mr. Speaker. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives are terrible. Both have terrible records and terrible histories. Both have worked to ensure that only the rich and powerful are made more rich and powerful. Both are mired in histories of scandal and greed, lack of accountability, and transparency. And yet they stand in this House and proclaim that they are here to defend Canadians, when the reality is they are here to either desperately hold on to power or desperately regain the power that they've lost. What they don't understand is that it isn't their power. The Conservatives every day stand in this place and call for an election. And they do it because they simply want that power back. They have a shiny new leader. And this time, unlike in 2019 and 2021, they think they can actually win. They've spent a lot of money on advertising. They've rebranded their leader. They've given him a makeover. They've spent millions of dollars marketing their slogans and catchphrases, selling a leader in a party that will do the same thing that they did last time they were in government. If they were truly acting in the best interests of Canadians, they would work in collaboration to make real changes. They would put forward real alternatives. They wouldn't just throw out personal insults, contributing to the long list of scandals and corruption and waste of millions of taxpayers' dollars in filibusters. If Liberals were truly here for Canadians, they would release the unredacted documents to Parliament and not waste millions of taxpayers' dollars in scandals and corruption. But I will say to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, you can demand more of your politicians. You can make real change. We can have a government that disseminates power and wealth. We can have a government that puts people first, that does everything it can to get results for people. New Democrats can be that government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives do not have an environmental policy. They are against the price on carbon. They are against ZEV mandates. They are against an emissions cap on oil and gas. They're against a clean fuel standard. They're against a clean electricity standard. They're even against planting trees. Their only focus, their only platform is funding green technology. That's all they've got. Does the member detect a hint of irony in the fact that the Conservative climate platform is solely focused on giving grants to businesses for green tech? In other words, to picking winners and losers.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I do find it extremely ironic that in all these conversations about Ms. Verschuren, as this Liberal insider, that she actually has donated quite a lot of funds to the Conservative Party of Canada. And I did reference in my speech that the Conservatives aren't putting forward solutions. We don't see it. We see very empty slogans that have no backing. And yeah, slogans are easier to sell, and I hope that at some point Canadians, and I think that they are starting to do so, certainly they ask me, my constituents ask me, well, then what? Right? After this three-word slogan, maybe it's a rhyme, maybe it's catchy, but then what? And we don't have governments that anymore consider anything other than that power that they're trying to attain, but they also don't look much beyond a cycle, a political election cycle. Government's supposed to look 10, 15, 50 years into the future. And this Conservative Party is certainly not doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for London Fanshawe for standing up against the corruption of this Liberal government. But it seems to me that it's moving even further past corruption into criminality. I mean, we know Section 119(1) of the Criminal Code says anybody that holds public office can't take an action that benefits themselves. But we know the Prime Minister did that in the We Charity scandal. Yeah. And we see that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has done that in this Green Slush Fund scandal, where he approved money for that fund, and then he got money back to a company that he owns $270 million worth, and it tripled the value. And then we see now the ex-minister from Edmonton, who was at the cabinet table taking decisions that benefited his company. So would the member agree that the corruption on the Liberal side is escalating into criminality?
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Thank you to the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton for that question. Again, yes, all those things are terrible. But what are we doing to actually help our constituents in this case? Are we moving forward to further investigate that? Are we moving into taking those and demanding, and the government's not releasing those documents, they need to release those documents to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee? I'm quite happy and willing to do my job on that committee to investigate that further and to come to a conclusion on it so that we can move forward, so that we can do what we've been sent here to do. It's so frustrating, Mr. Speaker, to talk about who's worse. And again, I'll say it, they're both bad. They've both taken Canadians for granted, decade after decade after decade.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. She talked about housing and the crisis in her riding. My question is, because yesterday the NDP, together with the government, announced $6 billion in measures a $250 check for people earning up to $150,000. It just seems crazy to me. And it all adds up to $6 billion. Doesn't she think that money, in fact, we wanted to increase the OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74. That would cost $3 billion. Now they're swinging $6 billion around. Couldn't that money be much better used to build social housing, which is so badly needed in this country?
L'honorable député de London Fanshawe.
I think that and I really appreciate that question. I think that there's a fallacy, though, that there isn't enough money for the things that people need. There is enough money for seniors. There is enough money to build social housing. There is enough money to ensure that we're expanding and strengthening our healthcare system. There is enough money to provide people with the dental care that they need, the pharmacare that they need, and so on and so on. That money exists. It's just that money, again, as I said in my speech, is being hoarded by a very small group of people. And it used to be that government would insist that that money was redistributed, and that power was redistributed. Government doesn't do that. It used to be that people would demand that. New Democrats demand that. And New Democrats see it's why we, in our solutions on this, and the government has not taken our ideas entirely in terms of cutting that GST as a moderate support and a help for people, for my constituents, for people across this country. But what we want to do is ensure that we're raising an excess profit tax to ensure that we are covering those expenditures. That's how you find balance. That's how you regain sense and order and balance in this country. You make things fair and you make things equitable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague because the speech that she just gave in the House of Commons, I think, has been one of the best speeches we've heard on this point of privilege. And the fact that she has stood up and repeatedly talked about what is needed in her community and how important it is that she does the work to represent the people of London Fanshawe has been remarkable. And you know, today is National Housing Day, and she spoke about how people within her community are struggling with housing, and that is something we are not debating in this House of Commons. And I'm wondering if she could speak a little bit about what she would like to see the government be focusing on instead of the scandals of the Liberals and Conservatives, if what she would like to see in terms of housing for the citizens of London Fanshawe who are struggling with the very high cost of housing right now.
Good question. The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Thank you so much, my honourable colleague, for that excellent question. The things that I want to provide for my constituents is something that both Conservative and Liberal governments have failed to do since over 30 years ago when the affordable housing strategy was cut by former Liberal government, and certainly not brought forward by the Conservatives after that. We're missing 30 years of a federal government building affordable housing. And in Ontario, the Ontario government hasn't done that either. We need to focus on building more cooperatives, building more of that affordable housing at all stages, whether it's rent geared to income or social housing or you name it. We need to eliminate the REITs. We need to ensure that those greedy corporations that are buying up all of those affordable housing units can't do it anymore. And in London, we're making some strides on that a bit at the municipal level, but this federal government has not taken any sort of leadership in that regard, nor has the provincial. I've stood many times desperate to put forward real solutions on funds that could be created to give to not-for-profit organizations to buy up those affordable units, to keep them affordable. The government hasn't done it. And my constituents are the ones that suffer for that. So there are so many incredible ideas that exist out there that we're not hearing because we're talking about how these two parties are both mired in scandal.
On a du temps pour une courte question.
We have time for a short question. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Speaker, we don't disagree with your Speaker's ruling. Let it go to proc so we can move on and do the business of the House and debate important issues like housing, like fighting for poverty, fighting for climate change. So let it go to proc. We don't disagree.
An equally short answer from the honourable member from London Fanshawe. Thank you.
Shorter answer it is, Mr. Speaker, release the documents.
We're pleased to debar, resuming debate, the honourable member from Saskatoon University. And I'd like to let the honourable member know he just has under 7 minutes for his first part of his speech.
Liberals being greasy. Greasy Liberals. This is what we're here. They're fighting. For everyone watching today online or in the galleries, they're fighting the turning over of evidence to the RCMP. This is what it is. We just heard from my honourable colleague from the NDP, and they have been propping up the Liberals, but they're talking a big game that they're going to force that evidence over to the RCMP. We'll see if they stay true to their word, because we've seen this time and time and time again, where the NDP gets in a pickle, and you know what their number one priority? It's not you, it's their leader's pension. We know that we're not going to have an election until after February of next year, if the NDP and the Liberals get their way. And a part of that is to shut down debate and motions such as the one we are debating today. So let's recount what happened. There's a tech fund that was set up, the Green Slush Fund, that actually functioned before the Liberals arrived on the scene quite properly. We had an independent board that didn't have conflicts of interest. We had professionals, professional bureaucrats that administer that fund. And those professional staff we need to be thankful of, because this is how we found out how greasy the Liberals have become. We found out from whistleblowers on how badly that this fund was mismanaged for the benefit of board members and the chair. We learned that over almost $400 million that was doled out improperly to 186 examples of conflict of interest. I'm old enough to remember when a $16 glass of orange juice expensed was headline news from cover to cover for weeks on end. Fast forward to today. It's not $16 glass of orange juice we're debating, Canadians. It's $400 million of your tax dollars that went into Liberal insiders and programs that didn't even qualify. Projects that didn't even qualify for the Green Slush Fund got your money. If you're upset, you should be, because these Liberals have been robbing Canadians blind, and they're doing this now with the help of the NDP. And we're going to be watching this shortly, because what will happen is that, you know, the NDP leader loves his pension, and there's no way that he's going to break up with these Liberals. And we saw this earlier. We heard these big pronunciation that he's ripped up the agreement. And just in the last 24 hours, we heard how the NDP are actually going to side with the Liberals. And they're going to side just a little bit, just a temporary. And that's the problem. And that there's no temporary divorce from the Liberal NDP coalition. They've always been there. They're always there. They want big government, big taxing governments that spend money on everything, not worrying about who's actually picking up the tab. But good news, Canadians. Hope is on its way. Dawn is breaking, and we are seeing the difference across Canada. That now we have the NDP.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni, to please not take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
The member wanted to heckle about the $250 bribe, and that's what this is. It's a check that our NDP Liberal coalition.
Point of order, the honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the Leader of the Opposition's 250.
That sounds like a debate to me. The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
I thank the member. We can talk about their leader's pension and how ridiculous that a country is held hostage until he vestifies his pension in February. And more Canadians are finding out about this. They think it's a travesty. It's an insult to democracy that we have this coalition, this unholy coalition, that is holding this place hostage because of their ideologically bent ways that they would like to tax everything, anything that moves in Canada, make sure you tax, and if it's still moving, make sure you're regulating, and if it's not dead, well, there's meat. This is a little bit of what we are facing here in Ottawa, is that these Liberals are hell-bent on enriching their friends. And that's what we're here debating, is the Green Slush Fund, where we know that the chairwoman of that fund gave money to her company that she owned. And it's not just these Liberal insiders, it's the Liberal Minister of the Environment gave Recycle, his company, we're talking millions of dollars, and how Canadians are accepting this, and really they're not, and that's why we're here today, because for the countless people that have wrote in and emailed me and wanting to encourage me to find answers of where their money went. Well, this is their money. This is their $400 million. To the Canadians waiting at a food bank right now in line to get food to provide for your family. You know where that meal could have came from? Somewhat of this $400 million that have gone to Liberal insiders that had nothing to do with the program parameters that was set up. These are real dollars. These are real Canadian tax dollars that are being wasted. Meanwhile, we have a cost of living crisis where 1 in 4 Canadians are foregoing meals because of the cost of living crisis caused by these Liberals, because they've spent money in ways that this Green Fund has never been meant to do, which is to enrich friends and direct Liberals and people from the governing party, which is wrong. And that's why in my second half of my speech after question period, I'm going to go through some of what the whistleblowers have reported on what has been transpired in this fund. Stay tuned. I will be back after QP.
Can't wait.
The honourable member will have 13 minutes and 40 seconds left in his speech when we come back to this matter. It is now time for statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député.
Statements by members.
No.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, 8,365.
my beautiful riding of Purefond Dollar that have benefited from the dental care program. Seniors 65 and above, young people 18 and below, persons with disabilities, all are eligible for the dental plan right now. Et il sera disponible à tous dès 2025.
And this will be available by 2025.
Have family and friends who have had to make tough financial choices to fix a toothache or not. C'est une question réelle.
This is a real issue. As a Liberal, I'm proud of this regime. It's an essential element of our government's recent action.
Against the dental care plan, they aren't here for Canadians. We Liberals, though, are committed to helping those who need it most. I will continue to fight for the dental care program and for the benefit of all Canadians. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
'Twas the month before Christmas, and all through the House, nothing was moving, not even a mouse. The slush fund had given the money away to Liberal insiders who all got the pay. $400 million went right out the door, and the papers we need might even show more. But Liberals will not put those docs in the mail, because someone is certainly going to jail. The ministers who owned even part of the scheme may end up again on the orange pajama team. The scandals, corruption, and schemes of this year have not gone unnoticed by Santa, my dear. The naughty list is full of Liberal wrongdoing, and certainly more sketchy deeds will be brewing. But we on the nice list are here to defend and bring to our country ideas to mend. From axing the tax to stopping the crime, we'll build us the homes and fix the budget in time. And so on towards the election on carbon tax we go, while Christmas is coming along with the snow. And so what I would say to each one, if I might, is Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. As a member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, it's my great privilege to speak to my constituents on a regular basis. I knock on doors almost every week in my community, and I've been hearing from my constituents who tell me that cost of living is real, that they have seen the hardships of rising inflation, and even though inflation is coming down, they're seeing their budget stretched, and they've asked the government to find ways to make it easier for them. And that's why I'm so excited that relief is on the way. That we are going to be providing a holiday from GST and HST for 2 months during the holiday season on the most essential things like groceries, children's clothing and toys, restaurant meals, beer and wine, all these things that are important for us to enjoy our lives, to be able to enjoy the holiday season. But we're not stopping there, Speaker. We're making sure that we are providing support through $250 in spring for all working Canadians. This is important relief for you.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to thank two wonderful women in my life. First, I want to congratulate my assistant Jennifer Ratz, who just this week was presented with her 30-year service award from the House of Commons. I can attest there is no one on Parliament Hill that can navigate this bureaucracy better than Jennifer. And secondly, I have to thank my wife Margaret, who has always been my rock, my moral compass, and the love of my life. When someone called out of the blue back in 2012 and asked me to enter politics, I said no. But Margaret pointed out that we needed scientists in Parliament and urged me to take the plunge. Since then, she has supported me all the way, and all the while reminding me that I'm here to make sure that this government lives up to its moral duty to fight climate change with every power that they have, so that our grandchildren will have a livable world in which to grow and thrive. So thank you, Margaret and Jennifer. I love you both.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Ruskell. Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, our government is putting more money back into the pockets of Canadians from coast to coast. Our new tax holiday and rebate for Canadian workers will contribute to help reduce costs when they are highest for Canadians. Starting December 14th, prepared foods, restaurant meals, beer, wine, and cider will all be GST-free for the holiday season. This means that Canadians can celebrate the holidays with their family and friends, support local businesses, and keep a little more of their hard-earned money. But don't take my word for it. Restaurants Canada said of our announcement that more Canadians will be able to celebrate with loved ones in a restaurant, have lunch with colleagues, or treat themselves to a pastry on their way to work. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives let his caucus members support local businesses and put money directly into the pockets of Canadians? And if not, will Conservative MPs have the courage to stand up for our local companies?
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
As we approach the Christmas and holiday season, I want to recognize the many amazing not-for-profits and charities and the generosity of our community, which I call the spirit of Kelowna Lake Country. There's the Santa Bus, the RCMP Stuff the Cruiser, the Kelowna Santas, and so many more. Our local food banks and other organizations are seeing record numbers of people coming to them looking for help. So if you're able to, support local food banks or any number of the many not-for-profits and charities serving people or helping animals in our community. Volunteering time can be one of the most valuable gifts. I encourage everyone to buy local and support our local small businesses, including farmers, and the many artisan entrepreneurs at Christmas craft fairs. As we spend time with our loved ones this season, let's also reach out to those who may be by themselves. Thank you to all who have servant hearts and who work tirelessly to help others.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, the International Criminal Court has made a historic move by issuing arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and Hamas leader Mohammed Deif. This sends a clear message. No one is above the law. As Canadians, we take pride in our commitment to human rights and the rule of law. I thank the Prime Minister for affirming that Canada will uphold the decision of the ICC. As a nation that helped establish the International Criminal Court and ratified the Rome Statute, it is our duty to uphold and abide by international law, ensuring that those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity are held to account. Canada must continue to stand firmly with international law and be clear that violations of human dignity, will not be tolerated, no matter where or by whom they occur. Let's always stand for justice and the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Whitby.
Well, I'm excited to share some good news. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister announced the GST tax break for all Canadians and the new Canadian Workers Rebate, $250 in this spring. Both will help Canadians afford the things they need and save for the things that they want. This demonstrates our government's commitment to ensuring that Canadians can keep more of their hard-earned money while sustaining a strong and resilient economy. By focusing on practical and targeted solutions, we're helping to put money directly into the pockets of middle-class Canadians. On the other side of the House, the Conservative leader will not allow his MPs to speak their minds and fight for their communities. Instead, they're left parroting his empty slogans to please him to the detriment of their constituents who they are supposed to represent. You know, yesterday's announcement is a real and tangible step to support Canadians, and I encourage all members of this House to support these affordability measures that will surely make this Christmas more merry and bright.
Hear, hear.
I want to remind all members, please, to not take the floor while members are making unless they're recognized by the Speaker. The honourable member from Yellowhead.
This week, we observe Holodomor Memorial Day, remembering the millions of Ukrainians who fell victim to one of history's most horrific crimes. Stalin's brutal communist regime deliberately starved families, silenced voices, and waged genocide to destroy the Ukrainian people and their culture. My grandfather fled this oppressive regime in 1929, escaping a fate that claimed so many of our extended family. They were left to suffer under a system that showed no mercy or regard for life. Nearly a century later, Ukraine still endures aggression as Russia's illegal invasion just surpassed 1,000 days. But just as during the Holodomor, the Ukrainian people stand unbroken. They are resilient and courageous in the face of tyranny. Canada will always stand with our Ukrainian allies in their fight for freedom and sovereignty. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a pillar in our community, Wim Tenholder, who passed away on November 1st. Ottawans know Wim mostly as an entrepreneur and as the owner of Café Wim in the Byward Market. He brought a little bit of Dutch gezelligheid and warmth to our community for more than 2 decades. Everyone who met him was struck by his wit and his charm. Wim was born in the Netherlands in 1932. At the age of 18, he met the love of his life, Iris, and they immigrated to Canada. They were married for more than 67 years and had 5 children. Iris, in fact, worked here in this place for 25 years in the committees section. Wim was the president of the Netherlands-Canada Society, where he gave joy to many children by playing Sinterklaas or St. Nicholas every year. Wim was also very well known and respected in his community of Britannia. I ask the House to join me in giving sincere condolences to Wim's family. Thank you.
I rarely do this, but I must say I passed many an hour in my university days at Café Wim's. The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, when you tax the farmer who grows the food and tax the trucker who delivers the food and tax the retailer who sells the food, then you tax the food itself. So it's any wonder why record Canadians are lining up in food banks every month. 2 million every month rely on food banks just to get by. Child poverty rates have seen its highest jump on record. In Edmonton alone, we have 2 separate food banks just for veterans. And what is the Prime Minister's response to this crisis? Well, he says families concerned about household budgets are simply falling for propaganda. What is propaganda, though, is the Liberal claim that Canadians are further ahead with the carbon tax. This is right from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The average household will see a net cost paying more in the federal fuel charge and related GST, as well as receiving lower incomes due to the carbon tax compared to the carbon rebate. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need help. Canadians want to be able to feed their families. Canadians want to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Canadians want a carbon tax election.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are tired of Liberals' incompetence and high taxes. They want the Prime Minister to call an election so they can show him the door. But the leader of the NDP keeps propping him up. The NDP leader told the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. But he keeps propping them up. Merriam-Webster tells us a hypocrite is, I quote, a person who acts in contradiction to his or her stated beliefs or feelings, end quote. Does that describe the leader of the NDP? More than 24 times he voted for the carbon tax, is sending Canadians to food banks in record-smashing numbers. More than over 2 million visits in a single month. Every day the Prime Minister remains in power, it is because of the leader of the NDP. Call a carbon tax election, let the people decide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's just important to remind all members to be very careful and very judicious about the way they describe other members in this place. The honourable member from l'honorable député de Château.
The honourable member from Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The citizens of Châteauguay-Lacolle, now Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville, have done me the immense honour of placing their trust in me by electing me as their Member of Parliament in 2015, 2019 and 2021. I am proud of our Liberal government under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister and of all the extraordinary and transformative measures that our government has adopted and continues to put forward for all Canadians.
Too many measures to list here, Mr. Speaker, but of note are the 2-month GST holiday, accessible dental care, and major projects in housing, critical infrastructure, and economic development, all while reducing greenhouse gases. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have contributed my part in this great work, but I must now inform the House that I have made the difficult personal decision not to run again in the next election, and instead I now look forward to seeing a new Liberal Member of Parliament taking the seat for Châteauguay, les Jardins de Napierville. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
November 26 marks Economic Awareness Day, a form of domestic violence that all too often goes unnoticed. Financial abuse occurs in 99% of all domestic violence cases, in which the abuser controls the finances, causing many victims to feel trapped and unable to leave the abuser due to lack of resources. The serious impacts of economic abuse can follow survivors long after they leave a relationship, affecting not only a survivor's mental health and well-being, but also that of their children. And many people, particularly women, gender-diverse people, BIPOC folks, and the disability community face additional risks of economic abuse. To end this abuse, we must invest in research, remove structural barriers, enable economic empowerment, and ensure survivors have the resources they need to regain control of their lives and financial health. By proclaiming November 26 as Economic Abuse Awareness Day, we are taking a stand for survivors across the country. Together, we can work together towards a future where no one experiences economic abuse.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, the Conseil des Arts et des Lettres du Québec, OCALQ, has awarded the Prix du Calque, Artiste de l'année au Nord du Québec, or Artist of the Year for Northern Quebec, to visual artist Stacey Ann Oliver of Lebel-sur-Quévillon. The Prix du CALQ Artist of the Year recognizes an artist or writer who stands out for the dynamism of his or her career with the excellence of their recent achievements. Since 2016, Ms. Oliver's work has been presented in various solo and group exhibitions. Her work often takes the form of presentations in which several media, such as photography, painting, and sculpture, rub shoulders and confront each other. Her practice is based on exploring the concept of habitation and documenting the immensity of the territory. Congratulations on a daring career and for your success. This award is an acknowledgement of your work, which reflects where you come from.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering under this NDP Liberal coalition that has doubled housing costs, doubled the debt, doubled food bank use, and doubled gun crime. Food prices in Canada have skyrocketed 36% faster than the United States due to this Prime Minister's carbon tax on farmers and truckers. Now, despite promising to stand up to the Prime Minister, the NDP leader and his obedient caucus have sold out Canadians again, extending this costly coalition until his pension kicks in next February. Their temporary two-month tax trick won't help Canadians facing a permanent quadrupling of the carbon tax to 61 cents per litre. My constituents are clear. They want a carbon tax election. They can choose between the costly NDP Liberal coalition that taxes their food and doubles their housing costs, or they can choose common-sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We'll take the GST off new homes, saving Canadians up to $50,000 and building 30,000 more homes every year. As Prime Minister, the leader of the Conservatives will fix what this costly coalition broke and bring home the promise of Canada.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need to know who the leader of the Conservative Party really is. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that Conservative MPs are the voice of their leader to their constituents? Contrast that to Liberals. We take the issues from our constituencies and we bring them here to Ottawa. I can give you many different examples of that. We can talk about the National Dental Program. We can talk about the National School Program. We can talk about the National Pharmacare Program. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we had the GST break for the holiday season for Canadians on selected products and services. This is all about supporting Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And come springtime, the workers of Canada, 18 million plus, can anticipate a $250 rebate, Mr. Speaker. This is good news. The issue is, what is the leader of the Conservative Party going to dictate to his minions to vote on that particular issue, Mr. Speaker?
Kevin, you hurt my feelings.
So the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby knows exactly where I'm going to go. I'm going to ask him please not to take the floor unless recognized by the chair. Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Tried to distract Canadians with a sudden 2-month temporary tax trick. The NDP Liberals have doubled housing costs, doubled food bank use, and doubled the debt. And in just a few months, the NDP Liberals plan to raise taxes on all the very same items they claim they're giving Canadians a tax break on. Common sense Conservatives will axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever and take the GST off new homes sold to stimulate home building and save families money. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the Conservative member has invented a new slogan to oppose what is a tax break for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I understand the Conservative position on this. In fact, what we are doing is lowering taxes for Canadians so that they could keep more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker, and yet the Conservatives are opposing it. Interesting. The Conservative leader actually called this a trick. Well, actually, I think what we're seeing is that the Conservative leader is trying to be the Grinch that stole the holidays, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, the NDP Liberal coalition is back. Remember when the NDP leader said, Liberals are too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. He should win an acting award. He announced his confidence again in the Liberal Prime Minister, and together they'll continue their plan of quadrupling the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Here's a common sense solution. Axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever. Cheaper gas, groceries, and home heating, and everything that's shipped. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we just announced a tax break for Canadians. In fact, Canadians will see that they are not going to be paying federal taxes on everyday items like takeout food, Mr. Speaker, like beer, like wine, children's toys, children's clothes, Mr. Speaker. And you know what also came out? BMO and many others are significantly revising their growth forecasts for Canada in the next few months, Mr. Speaker. This is good for our small businesses. This is good for our economy. It's good for Canadians. I guess it's just bad for Conservatives.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians cannot afford to even feed themselves. And Food Banks Canada reports 2 million visits in 1 month. The 2024 report card on child and family poverty in Canada showed the largest jump in child poverty on record. Food prices rose 36% faster in Canada than the U.S., a gap that opened after the Liberal NDP carbon tax. Axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever. Cheaper gas, groceries, and home heating, and everything that's shipped. Will the Prime Minister just call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it never ceases to amaze me that the Conservatives don't really seem to understand and vote against every measure that we have taken to help Canadian families, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, whether it is $10 a day childcare across this country, whether it is the tax GST holiday that we just announced yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We are there for Canadians. We invest in them each and every day. I'd like to know why the Conservatives continue to vote against Canadians, vote against the things they need, whether it's pharmacare, dental care, anything else. We are here for Canadians and will continue to fight for them.
L'honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, my grandson's diapers may cost less over the holidays, but he'll be paying it until his dying day. This inflationary spending comes on top of $500 billion of deficits from the Bloc-supported Liberals. Mr. Speaker, what are the Liberals going to buy us next? A refrigerator? When will the Liberals restore Canadians' purchasing power, stop playing politics, and axe the carbon tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are proposing austerity. They are opposed to helping vulnerable children, and they are opposing our school lunch program. They are opposed to investing in housing construction. They want to tear up the agreement we signed with Quebec. Conservatives are even opposed to a tax break. They are opposed to our tax to give a tax holiday to hardworking Canadians. This plan is good for the economy. It's good for Canadians. I guess it's not good for Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have found another way to benefit their friends, their little besties. They can wine and dine them thanks to a GST tax break on wine, beer, and alcohol, while middle-class families can barely pay for their heating, gas, and groceries. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister do the right thing and give real relief to Canadians? By calling an election! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I can't believe it, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives always put a party first and country last. Now Conservatives are opposed to a plan that will make life more affordable for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had a hard time lately. We want to give them a tax break. How can the Conservatives oppose something like this? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Donald Trump's deportation plan has already had an effect. Radio-Canada shows that in Ontario, immigration lawyers and advocacy organizations are getting calls from Americans and asylum seekers who want to cross the border. I will quote the director of one temporary housing organization. We anticipate a similar increase to the one we had in 2016-2017. The article went on to note that as of Monday, the federal government had reserved rooms in 11 Ontario hotels. Is this really the government's plan? Go back to another Roxham Road? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. crocodile tears from the Bloc, Mr. Speaker. Back in April, the Bloc opposed our asylum seeker reform, and they opposed what we proposed in the budget. This is ridiculous. If they really were worried about the situation, they would support our plan to reform the asylum system. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The immigration minister was quoted in the Radio-Canada report. He said he supported temporary housing for asylum seekers as well as hotel rooms. Let us be eminently clear. When we ask for action from the federal government to head off a wave of migration, we want them to increase the amount of people staffing the borders. We want them to support the RCMP and the CBSA. We are not asking for them to reserve hotel rooms, and we are certainly not asking for another Roxham Road. We will have been clear. Will the government show us a clear plan? The Honourable Immigration Minister. How naive. The Bloc has asked for a plan. Well, we have a plan, one we signed with the United States, one that has existed for a long time, the Safe Third Country Agreement. It works. Certainly, it had to be renegotiated, so that's exactly what we did. We have dealt with a number of presidential administrations. We are able to work with the United States, and we do not have to shirk our principles. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Back on their grocery list and struggling to pay for essentials, but the Liberals' new plan misses the mark. Seniors and people with disabilities struggling to make ends meet won't be getting the $250 check to help pay their bills at this difficult time. Well, Conservatives always want to cut people's pensions. Liberals are letting people on fixed incomes down yet again. Why are Liberals excluding seniors and people with disabilities from the real help they need this holiday season? Why won't Liberals help them too?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
All Canadians are going to benefit from the tax break that the Liberal government is offering, Mr. Speaker. I thank the NDP for their support for this measure, and I think that every single Canadian will feel the difference when they're at the cash register, when they're paying for their groceries, Mr. Speaker, when they're buying their Christmas presents, Mr. Speaker, especially when they're looking to buy children's clothing, Mr. Speaker. We know the Canadian families have had challenging times, and we're helping them with a tax break.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 weeks, 4 unhoused Edmontonians were found dead in a bus shelter. Homeward Trust says that there are over 4,000 people in Edmonton who are unhoused. Neither the UCP nor the Liberals have invested enough in shelter space or housing. Winter has arrived in Edmonton, and this is an emergency, or more people will die. When will the minister realize that Danielle Smith is not going to help and that federal funding needs to go directly to the organizations that will save lives in Edmonton this winter?
Here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
All levels of government, Mr. Speaker, have a solemn responsibility to respond to the scourge that is homelessness. That's why this federal government has responded to the issue, in fact, by putting forward, among other things, $250 million for encampment response, something that the government of Alberta recently matched, Mr. Speaker, or is committed to matching. That means people out of camps and into homes. That's on top of 87,000 people being taken off the street as a result of the Reaching Home program, this government's signature response to homelessness that the Conservatives have committed to cut, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are falling far behind. This government has dragged our economic performance down to just 2/3 of the United States. This is costing Canadians on everything that they buy, and paychecks have not kept up with the inflation this government has caused. A recession is defined as 2 quarters of negative economic growth. Canada has seen per capita declines in 8 of the last 9 quarters. This is failure. Will the Liberals call an election so Conservatives can start to fix Canada's budget?
Here. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that my honourable colleague forgot to mention was that Canada has sustained a AAA credit rating and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and has repeatedly seen inflation decreasing to 1.6% in September. My honourable colleague mentioned GDP per capita. I take the point we will continue to examine our economic supports, including making sure we have a tax-free holiday for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, including we have money back in cash for workers.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, even a Prime Minister that doesn't think much about monetary policy told us this past May, as soon as you send people extra money, inflation goes up by that amount. So the government is now proposing to increase inflation and punch our deficit and debt higher. That's like a pyromaniac dressing up like a firefighter. The most inflationary tax is the carbon tax. Well, the Liberals call a carbon tax election so Conservatives can start to fix Canada's budget.
Here, here. Well.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Actually, on this side of the House, what we believe is that investing in people, investing in your economy leads to greater economic growth, and that's why Canada leads the G7 in terms of net debt to GDP ratio. That's why independent credit rating agencies have said that we should maintain our AAA credit rating, and that's why Canadians have elected us numerous times, defeating many leaders of the official opposition. So I say, Mr. Speaker, let's make sure we continue to support Canadians, and this time with a tax-free holiday.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, folks, the NDP Liberal coalition is back. Did they ever really break up? I don't think so. Remember when the NDP leader said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people? Well, he just announced that he has confidence in the Liberal Prime Minister until February of 2025. I wonder what happens then. Canadians can't afford this. Now they're trying to bribe you with your own money with a sudden 2-month temporary tax trick. But Canadians won't be fooled. Here's a common sense solution. Axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election today?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's only one thing that Conservatives hate more than Canada's economy doing well, and it's Liberals putting real and tangible affordability measures to this House of Commons that really help support Canadians. We've done that time and time again, and what did the Conservatives do? They opposed. When we proposed to do a middle-class tax cut way back in 2015, it was one of the first things this government did. They opposed it. And today they're opposing a GST break for the holidays. How cruel can the Conservative Party be?
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
They've been ripping off Canadians for the last 9 years, and Canadians won't be tricked by this most recent trickery. Food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than the States. Now we have over $2 million people using the food banks every month. In Saskatchewan, food bank use is up over 42%. Now they're promising a temporary 2-month tax trick. Here's the little solution for these guys. You know what you got to do? Axe the tax. And that's all that we're calling for, the carbon tax to be axed. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election today?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
It's interesting that every time they talk about climate change, Mr. Speaker, they never talk about the cost to Canadians of climate impacts. Record level, just for this year, in the months of July and August, $7 billion in climate cost to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, which makes it the most costliest year ever on record. And what's their solution? Let the planet burn. The Leader of the Opposition has voted 400 times. The Conservative Leader of the Opposition has voted 400 times against clean air, clean water, clean environment for Canadian communities. Not on this side of the House. We will be here to support Canadians and to fight climate change.
Once again, I'm encouraging all members please not to take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
The NDP leader once declared the Liberals were too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Yet today, he's singing a different tune, backing a plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. With food bank visits hitting 2 million in a single month and a quarter of Canadians living in poverty, how many more Canadians need to choose between heating and eating before this Prime Minister realizes his carbon tax coalition is simply a recipe for disaster?
Here, here.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, what it's a recipe for is supporting Canadians during a difficult time, tax-free on essential goods, diapers, clothes, essentials, groceries, prepared foods. Canadians are going to have support from our government through the holidays. That is, if the Conservatives could decide to actually support Canadians rather than filibustering, being obstructionists, and making sure they're playing their own partisan games. How can they claim to speak for Canadians when they can't even speak for themselves in this caucus?
Yes, exactly. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkome Nicola.
You can't make this up, Mr. Speaker. They're saying a PlayStation 5 is an essential good. Jeez, with 30% of food banks running out of food and 35% of Canadians feeling worse off financially, this government's appetite for a higher carbon tax seems to be the only thing that's well fed. Now, is the Prime Minister so desperate to cling to power he's resorting to tax tricks, sending people's pennies while he crushes Canadians every April 1st with moving towards a 61-cent a litre carbon tax? When will the Prime Minister realize his carbon tax coalition isn't just running on empty, it's running on fumes?
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crusading against tax cuts over the holidays. Merry Christmas from the Conservative Party of Canada. Let me tell you the reaction about the constituents in Etobicoke Lakeshore who I represent. They are very excited and very grateful. Let me tell you about the small business owners throughout the city of Toronto who are very grateful for this opportunity because it's going to help their businesses and get them through the holidays. They need to support this and stop the nonsense, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Canada is number 5 in the world, the 5th worst country in the world for tax evasion by major corporations and the ultra-wealthy, according to the Tax Justice Network. Canada is worse than Bermuda, worse than the major Swiss banks. Every year, the federal government vanishes $15 billion through tricksy accounting. Despite this, the federal government say that fair pensions for seniors is too high a price to pay. Are they not at least a little bit ashamed? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There are over 60,000 employees with the CRA. There are massive strategies that are being worked on with international partners to ensure that tax avoidance and tax evasion are being prevented. I look forward to working with all members in this House to make sure that we are providing the right amount of support to the CRA to ensure that we are working on this very important issue. Tax fairness is a pillar of our democracy, and we need to ensure that that continues to happen. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. That's not what is borne out by the facts. Canada was the 12th worst tax haven in the world. Under this Liberal NDP government, it has become number 5. What is worse, Canada is one of the 8 holdouts blocking the United Nations collaboration framework to fight tax havens. So Canada is not only rising through the ranks, it wants to stay on top. The federal government has turned a blind eye to $15 billion worth of tax evasion, but they are fighting not to give Quebec $50 million to deal with homelessness with winter approaching. Is this truly a left-wing government? The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Labour, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of homelessness, we invited the Quebec government to invest alongside us to fight homelessness in our cities and towns all throughout Quebec. I hope that the Quebec government will accept the government's open hand so that together we can fight homelessness. As for tax evasion, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government has invested major sums of money in this. The Canada Revenue Agency is constantly working to fight tax evasion, and we will continue to fight tax evasion.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's desperate temporary tax trick proves he will do anything to save his own skin and tank the Canadian economy at no matter the cost. Economist Trevor Toombs says this won't address the economic challenges we face, and by doing this, the government invites valid critiques that it's not taking these issues seriously. But the leader of the NDP will keep them in power and permanently quadruple the carbon tax again. Conservatives will axe a tax on everything for everyone. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election now?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, what we know about Conservatives is that they will cut. On this side of the House, we invest. Just now we announced Ontario will be able to feed nearly 1 million students, 75% of the province's schools as of today, Mr. Speaker. Every child in Canada deserves a chance at a good, healthy life, nutritious meals, and a good start to the day on their education. We're investing $1 billion over 5 years in our kids to provide nutritious meals. That's 400,000 children across this country who have a better start to their day. That's what matters, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents don't believe anything from that side, and neither do most Canadians. No. Tovey from Langdon writes me, as owners of a small trucking business in Alberta, every time the Liberal carbon tax goes up, our fuel goes up, and we have to charge more. If the Liberal NDP can't understand that taxing people that grow the food, transport the food, makes the food more expensive, will the common sense Conservatives explain it to them in a carbon tax election now?
There. Well done.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fascinating that it seems that the Conservative Party are listening to economists. Well, let's listen to what economists are saying. More than 300 of them have said that the best way to fight climate change is to put a price on pollution. Interestingly enough, one of those 300 economists is the economist he just quoted, Trevor Toombs, who has said on multiple occasions that the best way to fight climate change is to put a price on pollution. This is exactly what we're doing, and we're returning more money in the pockets of Canadians in the process. They want to take that away from Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, well, the NDP Liberal coalition is back. I am sure you remember when the leader of the NDP said the Liberals are weak, selfish, too beholden to corporate interests to fight for the people. Today, the NDP leader announced his confidence with the Liberals. NDP Liberal coalition will continue in quadrupling the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. All this while the Cranbrook Food Bank is struggling with food supply coming up to the holiday season. There's an enormous increase in people, resulting in handing out 1 bag instead of 3 bags of groceries. The Conservatives will axe the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
I can hardly believe that the Conservatives are talking about food insecurity, especially today, Mr. Speaker. Right. Today, we just announced a deal with Ontario to bring the National Food School program to thousands of children in Ontario who are going to benefit. This is going to ensure that kids have a good start to their day. This is going to help vulnerable families. This is going to be a huge difference for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives are against helping vulnerable kids. Can you believe it? I can't.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is scrapping the iconic Royal Canadian Navy March, Heart of Oak, the song of our Navy for over 100 years. No one is asking for this change except these out-of-touch Liberal elites. Meanwhile, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, the Canadian Forces lacks the subs, ships, and sailors needed to fulfill its mission. Instead of going woke, this government should keep our military from going broke. It's time for these Liberals to put their new heart of woke away and focus on the real priorities. When will they get our sailors the equipment that they need to defend our country and our values?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the largest coastline, and in the world for that matter, and certainly protecting that coastline is critical. Unlike what happened with the Conservatives in the past, where they cut supports for our Army Navy and the supports for our servicemen on the front lines, we are increasing. At the same time, we're looking at replacing the Victoria-class submarine, which is scheduled to depart in 2030. Meanwhile, we're continuing to look at requests for information to seek renewals of the fleet, Mr. Speaker. We're continuing to support our forces. We're continuing to support Canadian security.
Right on. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
What is happening in Gaza is horrific. Canadians have watched in shock as death tolls mount. People are starved to death and hospitals are being bombed. They need justice now. The International Criminal Court recently issued a warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu, former Minister Gallant, and Hamas leader Deif. It's time for a government that is clear and unequivocal, because this one has let people down before on international justice and human rights. How can we trust that the Liberals will enforce the ICC rulings and arrest warrants?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our government respects the independence of the International Criminal Court. There's no equivalency between Hamas and Israel. But let me be clear, all parties must abide by international law. We also know that an immediate ceasefire is urgently needed. Hostages must be released. Hamas must lay down its arms. More aid must get into Gaza. The violence must stop. And, Mr. Speaker, I find it really disturbing that on an issue as important and serious as this, that I'm being heckled by the Conservative Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, people who live near Union Bay on Vancouver Island have been telling this government for years, stop allowing the unsafe shipbreaking of massive ships. Now there's a hydraulic oil spill. What do the Liberals do? They issued a warning that doesn't stop anything. This jeopardizes this sensitive ecosystem, which includes half of all of BC's shellfish. The Liberals have let people down, and First Nations and local governments are frustrated at the lack of action and enforcement from this government. Warnings simply aren't enough. Why are the Liberals refusing to do anything about this?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans take this issue very seriously. We are working with all involved parties to find a solution as rapidly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Canadians just received good news to kick off the festive season, Mr. Speaker. A tax break for Canadians will put more money in their pockets at a time when they need it most. Inflation and interest rates are coming down, but my constituents aren't feeling that in their pocketbooks yet. Can the Minister please share with this House what this new tax break will mean for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The past few years have been challenging for hardworking Canadians, and they deserve a break, and we're delivering on it. So we're putting money back in Canadians' pockets with the GST, HST exemption for 2 months all across the country on groceries, kids' clothing, diapers, books, and more. We are helping folks with the cost of living, and while the Conservative leader opposes tax relief for workers, and he would cut services that folks rely on every day. The question is, Mr. Speaker, will Conservative MPs stand up and support tax breaks for Canadians, or will they stay muzzled by their leader?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Millions of dollars in fraud, the other Randy still in hiding, numerous lawsuits, business addresses connected to cocaine trafficking being held in contempt of Parliament. What a few weeks for the disgraced former minister from Edmonton Centre. After he arrogantly lectured other members in this House about their morals and integrity when it comes to their identity, his resignation from Cabinet this week is what I call karma. And yet, as the Liberals lecture others on reconciliation, it was Jody Wilson-Raybould who called their actions shameful and extremely destructive. If the Liberals had any integrity left themselves, not only should he resign from Cabinet, why hasn't he been booted from the Liberal caucus itself?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House Leader indicated yesterday, we have been very clear in the House that the company was not on the list and that Indigenous procurement is for Indigenous groups. And what we do see day after day is the gross amount of exaggeration coming from the Conservative ranks. And if they really want to start to do something in terms of what's in Canadians' best interest, they need to look in the mirror, and I'm referring to the Leader of the Conservative Party in particular, Mr. Speaker, and start asking himself the question, what is it that he is hiding that's preventing him from getting the security clearance, Mr. Speaker? Canadians have a right to know. He's hiding something. What is it?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
They are still defending him. How unethical do you have to be to get the boot out of the Liberal Party of Canada these days? It is crazy. He says he's Indigenous. He's not. He says he isn't the other Randy working at his company. He is. His company isn't supposed to get contracts from the government. It did. And now his business is under multiple criminal investigations, and they share a mailbox with a cocaine trafficker. Yet the Prime Minister just said on Tuesday, quote, he's happy that he's continuing to lead lead on issues. He's got issues, all right. The question again is, he should not only just not be in cabinet, he should not be in the Liberal caucus itself. Have some integrity and give him the boot.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, really, talk about unethical. How unethical is it for the Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada to be the only leader not to get the security clearance, Mr. Speaker? Yet we know allegations of interference, foreign interference in his own leadership. We know that there are issues in which the Leader of the Conservative Party should be aware of, but he turns a blind eye to Canadians. Out of pure self-interest, he refuses to get the security clearance. What is it in his past? There is something there that he is not sharing with Canadians. What is it? Why won't he get that security clearance, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, mired in allegations of fraud and conflict and having faked an Indigenous identity, this week the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre resigned from Cabinet in disgrace. Also this week, the Edmonton Police confirmed that they have launched a criminal investigation into the ex-minister's company for fraud. So, in the face of an active police investigation, why is it that the minister's company continues to be green-lighted by these Liberals to bid on federal contracts? Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, that question has already been answered. You know, interesting enough, we have a Conservative caucus that has guidelines and criteria. If you want to be a summer intern, they actually have to get a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. That is such an incredible thing to believe, given that the Leader of the Conservative Party believes that he can put his self-interest ahead of the safety and concerns that Canadians have. It does beg the question, and I'll repeat it again for those that don't understand. What is it in the Leader of the Conservative Party's background? What is it that's preventing him from getting the security clearance?
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre's company is under police investigation. This is a company that has been ordered by Alberta courts to pay back $8 million to clients for ripping them off. This is a company that fraudulently represented itself as Indigenous-owned in a disgusting attempt to steal government contracts from real Indigenous businesses. This isn't complicated. All the Liberals need to do is put the company on a blacklist. Why won't they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll share with any member a Conservative tweet that went out, and get this, listen very closely. Apply for a CPC summer internship today and be the future of the Conservative Party. Mind you, you have to get a security clearance. The question is, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Leader of the Conservative Party should apply for an internship program, thereby obligating him to get a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. That's how ridiculous this issue really is. Why won't the Leader of the Conservative Party today commit to get a security clearance? That is putting Canadians ahead of himself, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Taxpayers have been robbed of over $100 million this year due to an epidemic of fraud at Canada Revenue Agency. But the last thing the Liberals want is for anyone to talk about it. Wednesday in committee, the minister threatened her own officials that if they keep talking to the media about CRA's problems, they could go to jail. Her priority isn't nabbing fraudsters, it's nabbing reporter sources. Does the minister realize that fraudsters are the ones who should be threatened with jail, not whistleblowers and not officials? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Fraud very, very seriously. Now, with respect to what the member has talked about, we have supported whistleblower rights as shown in our support of that member's caucus bill, C-290. which aims to increase protections for whistleblowers. But we need to find the right balance when it comes to making sure that Canadians' data is protected while also ensuring the rights for whistleblowers. The CRA has an internal process for reporting, and we look forward to continuing to work with all members in this House and the CRA to strengthen that process.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Without whistleblowers, we never would have known CRA was defrauded of more than $100 million. We never would have known 62,000 taxpayers had their personal information stolen. We never would have known CRA was aware of security flaws for a whole year. It was only when reporters started looking into the problem that the minister did too. So instead of threatening whistleblowers, shouldn't we be thanking them?
Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have the highest respect for whistleblowers and support legislation, Private Members Bill C-290, put forward by that members' caucus to protect whistleblowers. But again, we have to ensure that Canadians' data is protected. We have to make sure that tax avoidance, tax filing, it carries the bear of fairness within our country and within the system. And we look forward to continuing to work together to strengthen that, and I look forward to working with that member for his ideas as well. Thanks, Chair.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, it's another day and another Liberal scandal, Mr. Speaker, this time centred around the member from Edmonton Centre, including the member falsely identifying himself as Indigenous to try and qualify his business for government funds. But somehow, up until the point of the member's resignation from Cabinet, the Prime Minister maintained full support for him. Jody Wilson-Raybould, who was removed from the Liberal benches for speaking the truth, described the Prime Minister's inaction as, quote, shameful and destructive. Mr. Speaker, this begs the question why this government is so quick to remove an Indigenous woman for speaking the truth and so quick to support a fake Indigenous man who misled Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the only times the Conservatives want to talk about Indigenous issues in the House when it fits their cut agenda. While they attack the Indigenous procurement strategy, the facts are, under the Harper government, less than 1% of procurement was going to Indigenous business. With our government, we've raised that to more than 6%. On this side of the House, we're going to stay committed to economic reconciliation moving forward.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, none of that answers the question at hand that I raised. Again, Jody Wilson-Raybould, a former Liberal minister, stated that a Prime Minister committed to true reconciliation would have removed the member from Edmonton Centre from Cabinet long ago. But instead, the Prime Minister chose to stand side by side with that member. And as Wilson-Raybould put it, we get to watch white people play Ancestry Wheel of Fortune. So again, Mr. Speaker, I ask, why is the government so quick to remove an Indigenous woman for speaking the truth and so quick to protect a fake Indigenous man who misled Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous communities have fought for decades to enshrine their ability to determine their own citizenship and membership. Under UNDRIP, Article 33 is entrenched in law, which confirms the right of Indigenous people to determine who is a member of their community. However, the Conservatives have a different idea. They want to tell Indigenous people who is eligible and who isn't. No First Nation leader, no Métis leader, no Inuit leader is asking for the Conservative Party of Canada to determine who is eligible for Indigenous identity moving forward.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
This government has thrown Jasper's recovery into chaos. The handpicked minister from Edmonton, tasked with leading the effort, has resigned in disgrace after numerous scandals. The town is left without federal assistance in its time of need. Meanwhile, the radical environment minister ignored years of warnings, failed forest management, and let a third of Jasper be destroyed. Will the Prime Minister really put the same radical environment minister who let Jasper burn now in charge of its recovery?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, for 5 consecutive years, the Harper government cut funding for fire prevention in Jasper by $30 million per year, Mr. Speaker. $30 million per year. I'd be happy to table the documents in this House if they don't want to believe it. We've been there for Jasper. We've invested more than $60 million. We're ready to do more to help Jasper with reconstruction. Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada, we will not let Jasper down.
Order, please.
Please do not take the floor unless recognized by the chair.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives shed crocodile tears when it comes to talking about affordability for families. But when it comes to doing something to help all Canadians, they're missing in action. This government introduced $10 a day childcare, a national school meals program, and dental care, all of which the Conservatives don't support. But we can and must do more. Can the member for Outremont tell the House how the government is supporting Canadians this holiday season? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Ottawa-Vanier, who always defends her constituents. Mr. Speaker, it's true. The Conservatives are once again opposing a tax cut. This tax cut takes the form of a tax holiday on the GST. This will give Canadians a bit of breathing room and will enable them to keep a bit more money in their pockets. It's good for the economy. It's good for Canadians. It's the only ones it's not good for is the Conservatives.
The
honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this government, crime is the only thing that's thriving. Canada is being hit by an unprecedented wave of car thefts. In Montreal, a victim of 2 car thefts now has to pay more than $7,000 a year for insurance. Quebec has set a new record with over 1,213 vehicles intercepted at the Port of Montreal. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally do something to stop the crime and protect Canadians and their property?
The Honourable
Minister
for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have been working with all orders of government and making investments specifically dealing with auto thefts, whether that's more technology like scanners and investments at CBSA. What I find ironic is that the Conservatives actually asked that question. We have been working at Public Safety Committee on an auto theft report with very real recommendations that the Conservatives are actually blocking. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are serious about dealing with auto theft, perhaps they'll want to let us deal with that report.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' soft-on-crime policies have plunged Canada into chaos. Thousands of vehicles are still getting stolen and exported, while the Liberal government does nothing to restore orders. Canadians are paying exorbitant insurance premiums and worrying about the safety of their property and families. Can this Liberal government stop twiddling its thumbs and finally take the safety of Canadians seriously?
Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned, we've made significant investments, including investments at CBSA, investments in technology, investments with our police forces. The Public Safety Committee also did incredible work to look at ways that we can help support Canadians, just like the member opposite was trying to reiterate. But what happens in committee, Mr. Speaker, is that we do the work to put forward proposals to help support Canadians that they speak of, and Conservatives block that work because they would rather criticize than actually produce results that have impacts for Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal Bill C-83 allows Durang, a serial killer, Paul Bernardo, to be transferred out of maximum security prison, and Liberal policy allows child killer Terry Lynn McClintic to have access to children through a mother-child program. This is shameful. The Liberals' soft on heinous killer policies are devastating to the victims' families. Will the government immediately reverse these policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what is truly disgusting in this place is, number one, that policy and that program has been in place since 2001. But Conservatives feel the need to bring it forward now as some sort of political weapon to bring up victims. Mr. Speaker, the mother-child program is done with a rigorous protocol ensuring the protection of children at all costs. And Mr. Speaker, within facilities, there are strict measures to ensure that only those who have been approved for this program would ever come near that facility. It is.
Order. 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 Colleagues. Colleagues. This is where we get into trouble every time that we speak out of turn. I'm going to ask the honourable member to please withdraw that word that was used, which was clearly unparliamentary. Thank the honourable member. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
And being able to take some time to spend with family and loved ones is a joyful opportunity for all. But for some, this time of year also means tough choices on what we can purchase and how much we can spend. Can the government tell this House what it is doing to make sure all Canadians and their families can better make ends meet this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Canadians work hard for their money and for their families, and they deserve a break. That is why this Christmas we will be giving Canadians a break on GST for many of the goods Canadians purchase over the holidays, like toys, kids' clothes, prepared foods, and even Christmas trees. So they can focus on the things that matter most to them. On this side of the House, we're focused on making the holiday season more merry and bright, while on that side, Conservatives can't get out from under their Grinch-like leader who can't find it in his petty little heart to give his caucus the freedom to do their job and stand up for Canadians.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling right now. Costs are up, rents are up, food prices are soaring. The Liberals have disappointed Canadians, while the Conservatives are threatening cuts. Now the Liberals are set to reveal a multi-billion-dollar surplus in the public service pension plan. New Democrats want to see this surplus used to help workers now. So will the Liberals keep disappointing, or will they use the surplus to help Canadians?
Good question. Absolutely. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of helping Canadians, we are entering a period of a tax-free holiday for Canadians. But on the subject of my colleague's question, our public service is comprised of hardworking Canadians, the very best in the world, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, I will table 3 actuarial reports on the public service pension plan. I will have more to say about any potential surplus and next steps at that time, and I look forward to engaging with my honourable colleague on that very topic. Thank you.
Good answer. Just as a warning to all members to be very mindful of the microphones that are on your desks and making sure that papers don't rub them. It's very difficult on the tools which our interpreters use to do their work, of course, their ears. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the turmoil at IRCC continues. I have an Australian-trained doctor stuck in the department's quagmire. We have badly needed skilled tradespeople who want to come to Canada lost in the logjam, yet no delays in getting citizenship for ISIS terrorists who produce videos dismembering victims. Same with human traffickers needing a court-banned passport replaced. Mr. Speaker, what are the twisted priorities of the immigration minister? Can you focus on letting people into our country who want to heal Canadians, not to kill or traffic them, and to build the homes instead of blowing them up?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why we give this guy the time of day. We drummed this guy out of our party because he covered up allegations of sexual assault against him and was fined by the military by it. He's so bad the Conservatives don't even want him in his party. And he was so afraid of the Green Party leader, he's now sitting over there. He knows precisely the answer to those questions. His office has never brought a single case to me. They're lazy, they don't get anything done, and he just does this for his social media, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It is very important. It is order, please. It is very important that all members are extended the courtesy and the respect that is owed to all members who sit in this place. I will, if necessary, come back to this House as I would review this matter. Colleagues, I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
Carried to the, excuse me, yes, the Honourable Government House, Parliamentary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Final Acts of the World Radio Communication Conference of the International Telecommunication Union, done at Dubai on December 15th, 2023.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of presenting a petition signed by nearly 13,000 people demanding action on Samidoun. While the organization has been finally listed as a terrorist group that they are, the job is not finished. Mr. Speaker, the petition specifically notes that, quote, under Section 83.051B of the Criminal Code, it is illegal to knowingly act on behalf of or at the direction of or in association with the listed terrorist group, end quote. On October 15th, the United States also designated Khalid Barakat a leadership member of the PFLP, a listed terrorist group, but the federal government continues to allow Khalid Barakat to remain in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the federal government to finish its job and kick out of Canada the terrorist leader and all who support terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following question will be answered today, 3053. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 3047 to 3052 and 3054 to 3056 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made to order for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Consideration of a privileged motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Saskatoon University has 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in debate.
calling the cops. That's the stage that we're at in this most recent Liberal scandal. Calling the cops. Why are we here? Well, there is evidence that the Liberals have on the SDTC Green Slush Fund that they're refusing an order from this place, Parliament, where no higher than the 338 men and women that get sent here to represent the 40 million Canadians, no higher. How our Constitution is written, there's no higher power than the majority will of this space. And this space has voted that the Liberals have to turn over the evidence to the RCMP. And they're refusing. And that's why we're here today. So if anyone asks, if you're tuning in for the first time and wondering, what's this SDTC all about? Well, it's about Liberal insiders getting rich, and now we're at that point is them getting caught. Because the evidence is out there. We know that there is a stink around this fund. We know that the chairperson of this fund was caught funneling money to her own company. We know the environment minister himself has funneled money to recycle, the company that he owns as well, which stinks to high. Like this, it doesn't shock anybody. Anyone that's been watching this place knows that in the end, the Liberals get caught funneling money to Liberal insiders. And how they did it with this fund is that they changed the board. So when the Liberals got elected, they got rid of the board and appointed members that they support, or more importantly, members to the board that support the Liberals. And then the money flowed. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. So in the scale of all the scandals that the Liberals have done, the $40 million sponsorship scandal, all the other scandals that this government has been known for, this one takes the cake. This one takes the cake because of, I would say, the whistleblowers. And this is where I think the Liberals are the most concerned about evidence going to the RCMP, is because we know some of the evidence that has been released, which has been pretty bad to start with. So we had whistleblowers. So just for the people that are tuning in, we know that how corrupt the Liberals are, and some of the people they put in places obviously are put there to influence and to enrich other fellow Liberals. But then we have the bureaucrats out here that are trying their best to minister the will of the government. It doesn't matter who's in government. Their job is to minister the will of whoever is in government, or whoever, or whatever decisions come out of here with the majority decisions from members. And these people, they've been around. They've been around scandals before. They've been around this town. They've been around Liberals before. So it shouldn't shock us, but you wouldn't believe what some of these whistleblowers have been saying about these Liberals. We have one whistleblower that just quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within this organization." When you have whistleblowers making a statement that the RCMP will find acts of criminal misbehaving is telling. We have other whistleblowers. Open quote. "Again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation, they will find something." That's it. That is what the Liberals have shut down this place over. They cannot hand over any more evidence to the RCMP. Of the evidence that people do know, such as this whistleblower, and I quote, "Again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation, and they will find something." That set off alarm bells throughout the Liberal government and party. They were concerned about, okay, which one of their relatives got rich in this scandal? Or which minister, while sitting at the cabinet table, making decisions on where to spend Canadian taxpayers' dollars, decides to spend it on? Well, his own company. How criminally, morally, ethically bankrupt these Liberals are. Let's hear another quote from people that work closely with the Liberals. I think the Auditor General investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal of the mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality. End quote. We have long-serving servants of our government, of government of all stripes in Canada, waving the alarm bells, waving alarm bells on what happened here. And this is a pattern where Liberals get themselves into a pickle. They find a solution for their troubles, not for what troubles Canadians. And they utilize their power of position to sweep it under the rug. And we've seen this before on foreign influence. We've seen this on other scandals. We've seen it on scandals that, like, why we're bringing this up is it's one of the scandals, $400 million, but it's just the latest of the new scandals. Think of some of the times that we've caught these Liberals in questionable activities. Think of the Liberal We scandal, where they gave $500 million to a children's charity that turned around and gave $500,000 to the Prime Minister's mom. This is the level that, this is at the top. This is where Liberals get their lessons on morals and ethics, is that it's from the Prime Minister. And we have a Prime Minister that has been caught breaking the law on conflict of interest. We all know of his famous trip down to the islands to party it up on the taxpayers' dime. And, you know, this is a man that it spends his whole day preaching to Canadians on how you have to change your life for your carbon emissions, and you have to change your footprint. Meanwhile, he jet sets all over the world, exposing his hypocrisy on the emissions of his plane out the rear end of it. And it's such a hypocrite of him to lecture regular day Canadians that how dare you turn the heat up in the middle of winter? How dare you even think that you need to feed your family before you pay your carbon tax? And this is the ridiculousness of what has transpired in Canada over the last 9 years. We are a farce of a country of what we used to be. There's real problems in our country, in our society, and I go back to the motion at hand is all this criminality and theft from the SDTC, and go back to the purpose of this fund. And it's to help with projects around Canada that would bring a more sustainable environmental and technology solutions. And I've met dozens of different organizations and projects that would qualify for this. Fabulous projects. And I'm just going to update the House on a couple of them that their response from the Green Slush Fund was, no, you cannot have support for your initiative on this. And I think of the Calgary Co-op, Leaf Plastics, or just Leaf, the company Leaf, brought to market a consumer bag that has no plastic. It's disposable, just in your garden. There's no plastics. They brought it to Ottawa. You know what the bureaucrat said? Can't have this. It looks wrong. It doesn't look right for what we're trying to do. It's not the science, but looks. It's always what looks with these guys. But what did that corporation do? Well, they thought, you know what? Why don't we bring a consumer bag to the market that is biodegradable, that you can use it how many times ever you want, but when it gets wet and thrown into the compost bag, it decomposes. And that is a way that we think that we should be tackling some of our challenges in the environment. It's through technology, not taxes. Now we have a technology fund, the STTC, that should be funding just that. Just that. Is that they should be funding technology so that we get those answers. And instead, we're funding liberal insiders. Liberal insiders getting rich. And this is what has happened in Canada over the last 9 years. And I know my time is almost up. I believe I have 5 more minutes, or 5 more seconds. 5 more minutes. That's fabulous, because we do have some more scandals that we have to go over. And another one was the Rives scam. And why this is important is that these are real taxpayers' dollars. That think of the people that are waiting at a food bank, maybe right now. Maybe right now that they don't have the means to provide with their family. And we know that there's lots out there. There's over 2 million Canadians relying on a food bank because the Liberals have made the cost of living so expensive in Canada. And it didn't have to be this way. There are tens of millions, if not billions and billions of dollars of waste in Ottawa that could be refocused into helping Canadians get through this terrible time that we're suffering as a country. And one of the classic ones is the $54 million wasted on the Arrive scam. You got it. It's the app that could have been built in a weekend with under $50,000. That's what the private sector would have done. And you know what these Liberals did? No, we gotta make sure that our Liberal insiders get paid. And on that scandal, we had numerous tech companies that did zero work but billed for tens of millions of dollars. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of things that we've kind of wasted money on. And this goes right to the ministers of the Crown. That we have the environment minister that has been highlighted how he secretly funneled money into his recycle company. We have the international trade minister which gave over a $16,000 contract sole sourced to a friend. Just a friend. Just you know what? We'll just make the $16,000 payment go to whoever we'd like. And it's nickels and dimes make dollars, Mr. Speaker. It all adds up. So we talk $10 million here, or $54 million for the Arrive Cam, and $400 million for this Green Slush Fund. And it goes on and on and on, the waste. At committee, we've been studying some of the waste at our post-secondary. And we have some silly studies that we've funded as Canadian taxpayers. So if you're struggling right now in Canada, know that your tax dollars went to the UBC to study gender politics and Peruvian rock music. That was $20,000. So if you are working poor, barely getting by, and you're wondering, why do I have to pay all this federal income tax? Well, someone's got to study gender politics and Peruvian rock music. Another one, reframing gender and race in music theory and its pedagogy. Unbelievable that we're spending this kind of money out there. We have a new one, suitably dressed, finding social justice through distinctions in modest fashion for men and women. That's $35,000. So if you're struggling today and you're wanting to know what is your government doing, this is some of the stuff that they're spending money on. Other ones, large-scale archaeological video analysis. That's out of the U of C for $280,000. Here's another one, and it's kind of timing. Narco animals, human-animals relations in Mexican narco culture. That was for $9,266. And I see my time is wrapped up. I'd like to thank everyone for paying attention. I look forward to the questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are so much off topic. He wants to talk about corruption. All he needs to do is reflect on Stephen Harper, in which the leader of the Conservative Party today played a pivotal role, whether it was Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister directly or a member of his cabinet. And here, you want to talk about corruption? What about the anti-terrorism corruption, $3.1 billion, Phoenix scandal, $2.2 billion, the G8 spending scandal, the ETS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, the election scandals, this is in plural, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I have a booklet here, Mr. Speaker, and it goes, Stephen Harper's serial abuser of power, scandals, corruption. There's 70 plus in here, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just not enough time to quote them all. The question I have for the member is, why is it that the leader of the Conservative Party has not changed his behaviour and feels still that he can thumb his nose at Canadians? Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party get the security clearance to deal with the serious issue of foreign international interference, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
It's very telling that the Liberals get triggered on this. He brought up the $16 glass of orange juice, and you're right. Outrage. Expensing of dollars that are not owed to oneself is wrong. And we had wall-to-wall coverage. And he brings up the F-35. That, the monies that the former government looked at buying that plane. Guess what happened? They bought it years later for more. That's the Liberal scandal. Is they find more ways of pissing away taxpayers' money at every chance that they get. And the most latest one is this green slush fund for $400 million.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Translated. I don't know, and I just say it because I think it should be reviewed, if that's an appropriate thing to be saying as parliamentary words. I'm just suggesting that we take it.
We will look at what was said and come back to you if needed. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University had about 15 seconds to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This, in a nutshell, is about Liberals getting rich. And they like to protect their own. And anytime questioned or demanding of evidence to be turned over to the RCMP, you know what the Liberals do? They clam up. They attack. They do anything but provide the evidence to the RCMP.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Vachères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my Conservative colleague about the most recent announcement from the Liberal government. They say they're going to temporarily cut taxes for 2 months for certain products and send $250 checks to people who earn $150,000 a year and less. I perceive this as a cynical, opportunistic measure. They're giving out gifts in order to buy votes, like politics used to be done back in the bad old days. I wonder what my colleague thinks about this. The government is already struggling with high deficits. They're already struggling with spending control, and they're spending frivolously just to make people feel happy a bit. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
2-month temporary tax trick. That's all it is. For 2 months, they're going to give you a little trick. They're going to save a little bit of money. And the problem they have is that the comments that they made, and their finance minister made last year, that driving up the deficit is only going to make inflation worse. So surprise, we're in a cost of living crisis because the Liberals have kept spending more and more money, driving inflation up higher and higher. And we were very happy last year. They were like, we've seen the lights. We will understand that having deficits will drive up inflation higher. We will not run a deficit more than $40 billion. But guess what? They are. They're massively overblowing their targets. And the temporary 2-month tax trick is going to cost billions of dollars that is going to drive up more inflationary pressures on Canadians when they least can afford it. Bah humbug.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the member's speech and how much he focused on the importance of whistleblowers to come forward, see the government of the day when they're breaking laws, to call them on it, and I agree absolutely. I find it very difficult when those whistleblowers are attacked so much and disqualified. However, I need to ask, in 2012, a special advisor to the Justice Department, Edgar Schmidt, raised concerns that the department and Conservative government wasn't upholding their obligation to notify Parliament regarding the concerns that they had on the bill at the time, the Fair Elections Act, saying that it was unconstitutional, which his leader, the member for Carleton, was trying to ram through Parliament at the time. So Schmidt actually blew the whistle on these the instructions that he received by the government to cook the legal analysis and cover up for the blatant attacks on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Schmidt was suspended without pay and barred from office for speaking out. So I'm just eager to ask the honourable member whether he would stand up today to apologize to a public servant like Edgar Schmidt, being that whistleblower, standing up for what's right, or will he just continue to stand in the hypocrisy that seems to be such a large part of the Conservative Party? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Men and women that work in our public sector, thank you. Public service is an honorable calling, and all the men and women that work in our public service, thank you. And thank you especially to the ones that call out corruption and improper management of funds. That's what we had in the SDTC. And to these workers, we know that you're feeling abandoned by the NDP. The Conservatives have a plan to bring back common sense and including powerful paychecks so that you can finally provide for your family.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. So it would seem to me that with declining per capita GDP, Canadians are getting poorer, and with $400 million going out the door to Liberal insiders are getting richer. And this happened by deliberate choices that this government made. It was the government, it was Navdeep Bains that made the choice to clear out the existing board and appoint his own hand-picked chair, and then under the noses with senior bureaucrats in the room, these Liberal insiders voted to give public money to themselves at a time when Canadians' per capita income is declining. So I wonder if he has some more comments on just exactly, what happened here and why it's important to Canadians. We get to the bottom of it.
The Honourable Member.
Honourable Member for the question. What's going on here, and it's the pain that Canadians are feeling because of the NDP Liberal coalition. It's a cost of living crisis that is out of control because this Liberal NDP government can't find new and creative ways of blowing taxpayers' money. And this one is $400 million gone. That it's not gone because we actually never had the money to start with. It's on the credit card. And someday this credit card bill is going to come due. And just like everybody else in Canada, you might feel like you're richer than you think when you fire it on your credit card, but in a month's time when that bill comes and the other bills come, this is the crisis that we're facing in Canada, is that there's no money left to pay the bills. And out here, you know what governments do when they run out of money? And this government has done it a lot, printing of money or quantitative easing to the tune of $700 billion, which is going, as we know, every dollar that Ottawa prints out here makes a dollar back in your pants worth less. So it is, unfortunately, the Liberals continue to make things worse for everyday Canadians. And this motion right now that we're up for debate is not just talking about $16 glass of orange juice. It's $400 million of your money that these guys funneled into their buddies' pockets.
We have the time for one more quick question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
True. They talk about Liberal insiders. The chair that they're just making reference to was an advisor to Brian Mulroney, Stephen Harper, Jim Flaherty, all of which are Conservatives. She is also a major donor to the Conservative Party, yet they call her a Liberal insider. Like much of the things that they say in the House, Mr. Speaker, it's just not true. The question I have for the member is, when will the Conservatives recognize that the motion that we're talking about is to have the issue go to a Procedures and House Affairs Committee, a motion in which the Conservative Party introduced? When are they going to allow it for a vote?
L'honorable député a 30 secondes pour répondre.
Here's the difference. The NDP Liberals want this to go to committee. Conservatives want it to go to the RCMP. You're the judge. If there's a crime that happens in your house, do you call a town meeting or do you call the cops? We want the cops brought in. This is what the Liberals and NDP are hiding.
Reprise du débat, je reconnais l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, we're debating an issue today that goes to the core of our country and our democracy, which are built on foundational pillars of transparency and accountability. And if you've been listening throughout this debate, as I have, the Liberal responses have been often to deflect or to attack the messenger. Now, Mr. Speaker, you only go personal when you can't defend something based on its merits. You go personal when you cannot defend the indefensible. And unfortunately, this is something that seems to apply to multiple issues that have been raised with this government. Recently I had asked a question related to Chinese foreign interference of the Prime Minister, and again we heard a personal attack. Instead of focusing on the very serious matter of foreign interference, he attacked me, and it was so blatantly and sadly so transparent. Now, in the latest example, we heard yet another pathetic personal attack from the Immigration Minister during question period earlier today. I don't care about what he called me, because I've been called worse by better. But I do take offense with the personal attacks that he has levied on my staff. Mr. Speaker, my Toronto constituency office is proud to serve not only my constituents, but also other Torontonians who were failed by the Immigration Minister's Toronto Liberal colleagues. And I could not be more proud of my team for stepping up where they have failed. All 4 of my team in Toronto are former immigrants. 1 is a former refugee. And unlike the Immigration Minister, we actually care about immigrants and the people who choose to make Canada their home, the people who want to work or study here and or a place that they want to visit, often because their families call Canada home and they want to reunite with them. Far too many people have been failed by IRCC and that department under the Immigration Minister's watch. People who have been caught in some sort of weird purgatory that has been inhumane while they are separated from their family, those who are missing funerals to say their final goodbyes to their loved ones, all because of, I don't know if it's incompetence, ignorance, or something else that's driving the Immigration Minister. Now, unlike the Immigration Minister, my office, we actually care about the integrity of Canada's legal and immigration systems. Unlike the Immigration Minister, we would never abuse our power to make a mockery of Canada's courts and the professional immigration staff by overruling a deportation order issued by his own department, upheld by the federal court, to save, Mr. Speaker, a 5-time criminally convicted foreign national, a foreign national who boasted of foreign financing to blockade Canadian roads, infrastructure like building of pipelines. No wonder this government doesn't take the issue of foreign interference seriously when they're actively abetting it and saving those who are proud to boast of it. Mr. Speaker, how can we have a country where there is transparency, responsibility, and accountability when we are protecting foreign nationals who boast of foreign interference, when under the Immigration Minister's watch and his predecessors, they are letting in ISIS terrorists who are in videos dismembering the victims, the people they have murdered, that they then grant them citizenship. Mr. Speaker, I take the issue of immigration seriously because my family, my parents were refugees, welcomed to Canada at a time where other countries were closing their borders to people in need. And I knew of no better way to honor that incredible act of compassion by Canadians then, 40 years ago, than to serve. It's why I volunteered to join the Navy 9.5 years ago, and because there is no better way than to give back and serve the very country that gave my family everything. And so last year, during my honeymoon, my wife very kindly allowed us to take a detour to South Africa so I could meet with Canada's High Commission in Pretoria, because there also is racism there. Racism being perpetuated by locally employed staff hired by the Department of Immigration. People who are perpetuating the injustices of apartheid in Canada's name. And this continues under the watch of this Immigration Minister. Nothing is done. There are black doctors from South Africa, black nurses, people who want to come here and help Canada to heal Canadians, to relieve the backlog of patients and surgeries that are so bad in British Columbia that they're having to send patients, Canadians, to the US. What a shame and what a sham. And now they are being discriminated against, and that continues under this Immigration Minister's watch. So you see, Mr. Speaker, this is why I have been so adamant on ensuring that we uphold the highest standards of Canada's legal and immigration systems. Now, this again goes back to the heart of the issue that we have been debating as regards to SDTC. Because it's clear that when you turn a blind eye to corruption, when you turn a blind eye to perhaps at best incompetence, you see what happens. You see how it permeates all different departments in this country, and it's failing Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to use my last few moments to simply address a matter that was raised also during the immigration minister when he attacked the competence of my staff. He said my office had never sent his department anything. Well, he should go back to his office and ask his team about the case that was escalated on September 14th, 2024. He should ask his office about another case that was escalated to him on October 23rd, 2024. He should also ask his office about a more recent one sent just last week on November 13th, 2024, about the Australian doctor that I referenced during question period, an Australian doctor of Iranian heritage who left the evil regime because she didn't want to live under the gender apartheid regime, went to Australia, got trained, and wanted to come to Canada to help heal, and now is being stuck in IRCC purgatory. So when he attacks the integrity and competence of my team, and he's pointing at us, he seems to forget that there are also fingers pointing back at him, and he should ask his team, did they intentionally keep it from him, or did they miss it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Je reconnais le...
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
And I have to say, I was actually astonished by what I saw in question period today. That was actually, I've seen a lot of personal attacks and a lot of vitriolic debate, but that was quite exceptional. I can only imagine, but anyway, I get to the point here in that this member, needs, I think, to be given an opportunity, a further opportunity to really address that and to call it for what it is. I mean, that was the action of a deeply insecure bully that we saw this afternoon in question period.
L'honorable député de Spadina.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Conservative colleague for standing in solidarity with me and for the opportunity to elaborate a little bit more. Like I said, I have been called worse by much better. And people make personal attacks in this place because they can't defend the indefensible. It is indefensible to try to protect a foreign national who boasts of foreign interference when the country is in the grips of trying to understand the full scope of foreign interference in this country. It is indefensible that citizenship was granted to an ISIS terrorist, and is indefensible at a time where Canadians need to be healed and are hurting, that doctors are being prevented from practicing in our country and building a life here when we need them more than ever. Those are indefensible, and what that minister has done disgraced not only himself, but his office as a minister of the Crown, and I think was a disgrace to everyone in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I wonder if the member can indicate whether or not it is offensive and disrespectful for the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada to not get the security clearance. If, in fact, he looks around and every other opposition party and the government have made it very clear, all other leaders have the security clearance, yet the leader of the Conservative Party has something that's hidden in his background that he doesn't want to share with Canadians, and as a result is refusing to get the security clearance. Does he feel like the rest of the Conservative caucus, this is maybe where he can get a gold star from the Conservative caucus here, does he feel that the leader of the Conservative Party should get a security clearance? Ideally, yes or no. Should he or shouldn't he?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
This member gets a gold star from the Liberal Party for trying to deflect so obviously. And I said this in my remarks, knowing that this was going to come up. You deflect from the core issue because you cannot defend the indefensible. And that is why they deflect as much as they can. You know, they try to make this big thing about the security clearance when it is the Prime Minister who is sitting on intelligence of 11 parliamentarians who have been noted as having betrayed this country. These 11 parliamentarians are in the protective custody of the Prime Minister. Why? What is he so afraid of, Mr. Speaker?
Questions et commentaires. Je reconnais l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton.
From Spadina, North York, for his excellent talk today. I'd like to ask him to comment on the member from Winnipeg's obsession about security in light of the fact that the Liberal government gave taxpayers money to an illegal Chinese police station in Montreal, not once, but twice. And not only did the Liberal government fund these illegal police stations, they extended them charitable tax status. What if my colleague could comment on that?
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, it is insane that this federal government, under their watch, they have not only extended taxpayer dollars, but also charitable status to organizations that are fronts for the Chinese Communist Party. And I have to ask, what is the incentive? What is their motivation? Is it because they benefit in some way? As we've heard at the HoC inquiry, where members of their caucus and their party have benefited through help to secure nominations, fundraising. What is the motivation? And why have they dragged their feet for as long as they have? What do they have to be afraid of? What are they scared of coming out by naming the 11 parliamentarians? And so when they continue to focus on this issue of security clearance, well, Mr. Speaker, we don't need a security clearance to know that there are 11 parliamentarians named not only in the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, but it's been validated by the HoC inquiry. It's been validated by multiple news reports. And so what we need to know is why the Prime Minister refuses to name those 11. What is he so afraid of?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You have a Canadian that was assassinated. You have many Canadians that are being extorted. You have the leadership of the Conservative Party being manipulated all through foreign interference. You have China and Russia that are actually spending gobs of money to try to discredit this particular Prime Minister, all to the advantage of the Conservative Party, and yet you have the leader of the Conservative Party saying, I don't care. I don't want the security clearance. He doesn't want to know. Does he really not want to know, or is he scared to tell Canadians what's his background that's preventing him from getting the security clearance? And why is the member defending the Conservative leader? He's actually saying, it's okay. It's okay. We don't have to be concerned about foreign interference. Is he or is he not concerned about foreign interference? And if he is, then he should not be supporting the Conservative leader.
Bon, je demanderai évidemment aux collègues.
I call for some decorum and respect for people who have the floor, especially when the chair is speaking. Thank you, honourable members. The honourable member may now answer.
I hosted a press conference just a couple of weeks ago where we brought in an investigative journalist who has been at the forefront of identifying foreign interference. We brought in the former Asia-Pacific desk chief at CSIS. And we brought in a sinologist, all experts in identifying Chinese foreign interference. And at that press conference, names were named. And one of the names that was raised was the international trade minister. And I believe that that minister sits on that side with this member. And so when they raise this issue of foreign interference, who is the one who's truly not taking this seriously? Bringing up the Conservative leader, he himself has said, name the names. I don't care which, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially has said he doesn't care which party they're in. And that is because the issue of our democracy and the integrity of this place and our country goes beyond partisanship. That should matter more than whoever they are, because we need to root out these traitors. They are a cancer in our democracy, and we need to go in there and remove them and shine a light into the shadows where these foreign operatives hide.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
And I felt compelled to rise on this question today with the member and his speech, and I really appreciate the speech he gave. What I really want to do is apologize to him on behalf of this whole House for the comments he endured during question period today, because they are beyond the pale of anything I've seen in this House of Commons so far, and he did not deserve that. And frankly, I think that the Speaker should have that member that made those comments, that minister of this government, removed from this House for a period of time for saying such heinous things about another member of this House that are frankly untrue. But I will ask a question, because it's incumbent upon me to ask a question here at this point in time. And I would ask him, this is a member that knows both
what's required to be a member of Parliament as far as security clearance goes and what's required of the military for that security clearance. And does he think there's anything outside of muzzling the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition in the questions he gets to ask the government that would be accomplished without the security that the leader of the opposition already has? And he's just doing his constitutional role.
L'honorable député.
Honourable member.
I actually have a security clearance myself as a result of my role as a Naval Reserve officer. And there's a very rigorous process that goes through it. And there are requirements incumbent on anyone who has clearance to access certain information. And that includes, to put it simply, muzzling one's ability to be able to use it. So the role of the official opposition, as the Liberals know full well, is to hold the government to account. But by getting into their trap that they're trying to set up in getting, the security clearance, it then would prohibit the leader of the official opposition from doing his duty of holding the government to account. Let's instead focus on the fact that the Prime Minister does not need security clearance to name the names. He, as the Prime Minister, has the ability to declassify all of that. And he conveniently was able to go to the HoC inquiry and just throw out there that, he's allegedly seen some conservative names. Well, that's convenient. I thought we couldn't reveal anything because we need to protect intelligence and protect the methods and all of that. But it doesn't seem to matter to the Liberals when it can be of potential partisan advantage to them to magically declassify. Just like they've magically alleged around India, only for the National Security Intelligence Advisor last night to completely walk that back, all at expense of our country and our relationship with the largest democracy in the world. Shame on this government.
Désolé de devoir interrompre.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise in this chamber. Any opportunity I do get. However, I wish I could say it was a pleasure to rise. Unfortunately, it is not at this time. This is now my second opportunity to rise in this place and speak about the Green Slush Fund scandal through SDTC. And I say that it is not a pleasure because, Mr. Speaker, frankly, I am hopeful that the government will finally come to its senses, listen to the will of this House, release the documents unredacted that have been called, that they have been called to do, so that Parliament can move on. As it's been mentioned many times throughout the debate, this has led us to a gridlock in this Parliament. There are many things that I would rather be discussing, such as our plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, these issues are now being put on halt because the government refuses to show transparency. And I believe it shows, this process shows, Mr. Speaker, frankly, how little the government, the Liberal government, cares about this institution and democracy it represents. Just to highlight the situation from a broader lens, this democratically elected House ordered on behalf of Canadians that the government hand over all the relevant documents related to the Green Slush Fund scandal within 30 days of the order passing, and that was on June 10th of this year. Mr. Speaker, by my count, that's 166 days later, and they have still not done so. In my last speech on this matter, I raised a couple of issues, and I won't repeat all of it, of course, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to highlight some key points. All of our constituents elected us to represent them and fight for their best interests, and I believe that one of the paramount singular aspects of that is ensuring that we are spending tax dollars wisely, and we have unfortunately not seen that from the NDP Liberal government. We haven't seen it in the way that they run up deficits, adding more. This Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers before him, which I believe really threatens the sustainability of our social programs and government services for future generations, Mr. Speaker. We've seen it in the way that they continually hike taxes on Canadians, drive up inflation, to a point where people are struggling to be able to fill their gas tanks, heat their homes, or put food on the table. And of course, we see it with the Green Slush Fund scandal, where the government shows no regard for the massive amounts of government taxpayer money, rather, that was given out inappropriately. Instead, the government has worked very hard to try and cover up their scandal, and they've refused to hand over the documents that we have mentioned, violating the collective privilege that we as parliamentarians have to order documents to be revealed. And Mr. Speaker, this privilege is a crucial function to ensure that the legislative branch of our government can meet one of its main objectives, which is holding the government accountable. I spoke about that just a couple weeks ago. And with this privilege comes extraordinary powers, quite frankly, to ensure the government cannot interfere with us meeting the objective, and it means the House can order all documents it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I noted previously, and I will again, for the benefit of the government members, there is not a similar privilege afforded to the government to refuse an order for the production of documents. And we are here debating this motion because the government seems to believe that it has such privilege. I will also re-emphasize to the government that the Speaker's ruling, in the Speaker's ruling he noted that the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. They have been confirmed and reconfirmed by my immediate predecessors as well as those most distantly removed. Mr. Speaker, that was from the Speaker's ruling directly, just for clarity. The Speaker also went on, quoting page 985 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, which I will quote for the benefit of Liberal members of this House: "No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers." And I believe that Mr. Chair, is an important aspect of this. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers. And it is clear that the government is violating one of the collective privileges we have as members of this chamber, all sent here by residents in our own ridings from all corners of the country to make sure their voices are heard. This government is continuing to completely disregard that authority that we have as members of this House. We're also here because the government failed to protect the Canadian taxpayer. According to the Auditor General's report released on June 4th, 2024, the government turned SDTC, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. She found that SDTC had awarded funding to projects that were ineligible and where conflicts of interest existed. In total, Mr. Speaker, $123 million worth of contracts were found to have been given inappropriately, with $59 million being given to projects that should never have been awarded any money at all. And again, I mentioned how this government seems so careless with money, Mr. Speaker. We have 2 million people in a single month lined up at food banks, people struggling just to afford basic necessities because of the inflationary policies caused by this government. Yet $59 million is being given out to projects that should have never been awarded any money at all. I think that is staggering, and it shows that this government has no regard for the taxpayer. And you know, when I go back home to the riding, when I'm traveling around northwestern Ontario, nobody likes taxes. I think that's pretty clear. Maybe the Liberals and NDP like taxes, Mr. Speaker, but most people, don't really appreciate paying taxes. But when I talk to my constituents, they say, I have no problem chipping in my fair share if I know where it's going. If it's going to go somewhere to help benefit my community, help benefit my country. And that is the big issue that we see with this government. They're raising taxes, and what are they doing with the money? Funneling it to Liberal insiders. Taxing Canadians more and Canadians are getting less as a result, Mr. Speaker. It's completely unacceptable. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. I want to get back to the Auditor General, because the Auditor General discovered that conflicts of interest were connected to approval decisions. And as a consequence of this, at the Green Slush Fund, nearly $76 million of funding was awarded to projects where there was a connection to the Liberals' friends appointed to roles within Sustainable Development Technology Canada, while $12 million of funding was given to projects that were both ineligible and had a conflict of interest. In fact, Chair, the Auditor General discovered that long-established conflict of interest policies were not followed in 90 cases, and in one instance, the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair siphoned off $217,000 to her own company. I believe the Auditor General has made it very clear that the blame for this scandal lies directly at the feet of the Prime Minister's industry minister, who, quote, did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were being awarded to Liberal insiders. Mr. Speaker, the industry minister utterly failed in his duty to protect the Canadian taxpayer. But what else is new with this Liberal government? There is much more, and I don't want to repeat too much of what members have already covered, but I do want to note for the record, Speaker, that if the government had managed taxpayer dollars responsibly, there would not be a privilege motion that we're discussing here today. If the government had, of course, handed over the documents, we would not be here debating this privilege motion. We could be discussing one of the many, many other issues that are impacting Canadians in their everyday lives. And it's very important to note that only the government has the power to end this gridlock. If they comply with the House order to hand over all the documents related to the Green Slush Fund, then we can get back to normal programming. But instead, they're trying to protect themselves. The government's trying to protect themselves and withhold what I would imagine, Mr. Speaker, is very damaging information. I mean, it must be very damaging information if they are willing to put their entire legislative agenda on hold.
Absolutely.
Right, Mr. Speaker? I mean, as I mentioned, we could be talking about everyday Canadians, the fact that we have a plan to axe the carbon tax to bring down the cost of living and make life more affordable for those who are struggling. We could be talking about our plan to remove the GST on new home builds, our plan to make housing more affordable and get young Canadians out of their parents' basements and realize that dream of home ownership. We could be talking about our plan to stop the crime by bringing in jail not bail for repeat violent offenders, fixing the broken bail system that this government has created, and ensuring that we can restore safe streets across the country. Mr. Speaker, we could be talking about many issues impacting First Nation communities and reconciliation across the country. All of these issues are tremendously important and require our attention. But the government would rather drag out this debate to cover up the documents being released. I think that speaks for itself. It speaks to the fact that they clearly have something to hide. And it's also unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that this isn't an isolated incident, and many members have mentioned this. This is a culture, a very pattern with this government. It's been scandal after scandal. Whenever one scandal's in the rearview mirror, another one comes to light. We've talked about SNC Lavalin, of course, We Charity, the Bahamas vacation that the Prime Minister took. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. But one in particular scandal that has become that has come to light recently is that involving the former Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages, who is still sitting as the member for Edmonton Centre, however, no longer in cabinet. And this is a very interesting one. So, Mr. Speaker, it has been reported that this member is tied to a lobbyist who received a staggering $110 million in federal contracts. And he was the director of the company that received a further $8 million of government contracts. He is engulfed in allegations of fraud and wire fraud. He also tried to hide that he was getting payments from his lobbying firm while he was lobbying his own government, and even sometimes, Mr. Speaker, his own ministry. But he was caught by Global News, which reported it, thankfully, to highlight this issue to Canadians. But it doesn't stop there. As if that's not bad enough, earlier this month we found out that there was more text messages in addition to ones obtained earlier that showed a Randy and perhaps another Randy, as the member of Edmonton Centre maintained. This Randy was in regular contact with his co-owner even while he was minister. It turns out, Mr. Speaker, there is only one Randy, and we all know who it is. And on top of all of this, again, it doesn't stop there. The member made false claims about his own ancestry, pretending to be Indigenous to advance his own business interests, hoping to use that as an opportunity to access government funding for his business. It is absolutely despicable for anyone to do such a thing, let alone a member of government and a minister of the Crown. Any one of those issues, Mr. Speaker, I think would have been serious enough for that member from Edmonton Centre to be fired from cabinet. But for some reason, the Prime Minister continued to show support right up until the point that the minister resigned in disgrace. And it really makes you wonder what it takes for an unethical Liberal minister to be removed from cabinet. I guess the problem is there are too many ethical scandals over there, Mr. Speaker. They'd have to get rid of almost the entire cabinet at this rate, and including the Prime Minister. And again, I highlight this because although it's not directly related to the SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal, it is important to note that, Mr. Speaker, that this is a repeated pattern with this government. Now, as the member for Kenora, I represent 42 First Nations, and I just want to come back to the last issue. I also represent part of the Métis homeland in northwestern Ontario, and the scandal that I just highlighted with the member from Edmonton Centre, I think particularly hits home for residents in my riding, Mr. Speaker. Roughly half of my riding is Indigenous, and we know First Nations, Indigenous peoples across the country experience a number of challenges, and that there are a number of programs that have been created, well-intentioned programs to help rectify some of the past wrongs, and to have, once again, a minister of the Crown use that to his advantage to fake Indigenous ancestry, to try to access that is something that I know I've heard in my writing from residents, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, is something that is especially concerning and especially disgraceful. Now, Mr. Speaker, the priorities of this government are one that I have lots of questions about, because we have seen in this case of the member of Edmonton Centre, the Prime Minister continuing to stand up for him, to have his back. But if you look at past Liberal ministers, let's take Jody Wilson-Raybould, for example, a Indigenous woman who spoke the truth. She was punished. She was removed from cabinet. She was actually kicked right out of the caucus, Mr. Speaker. So the question that I know a lot of people have is, why is it that the government is so quick to remove an Indigenous woman from their benches when she speaks the truth, but also so quick to support a non-Indigenous man pretending to be Indigenous and trying to advance his own interests, Mr. Speaker. It's perplexing to me that no members on that side seem to be asking that question. I would think they would also want to know. Maybe they don't care. I would like to think that they do. I would like to think that they would take issue with this, but it doesn't seem that they do, Mr. Speaker. And again, these are very, very serious allegations. So it's incredible to me that it's become normalized on that side of the House that you would use your position, not yours, Mr. Speaker, but one would use their position as a minister to advance their own interests and even go as far as doing what Jody Wilson-Raybould described as playing Ancestry Wheel of Fortune. So, Mr. Speaker, there's much more I can go on about. I know that my time is limited, but I think it's very important to note that with this Green Slush Fund scandal, it is really just one domino in a series of events of ethically challenged Liberal governance, and it's very important to know that we can get back to debating the issues that are facing everyday Canadians if this government were to comply with the House order. If they were able to show some transparency, they're supposed to be transparent by default. That really hasn't worked out, Mr. Speaker. But the government must hand over the documents instead of trying to cover it up. It's unacceptable that they've paralyzed this House for 2 months instead of doing what was ordered and preventing us from addressing the many issues that facing this country. So I want, Mr. Speaker, those that may be watching at home, Canadians across the country, to know that this really is not how your government should be run. Your government shouldn't be caught up in scandal after scandal, improperly spending taxpayer dollars, trying to cover it up, rewarding insiders, and that is why Conservatives will keep fighting for you to get to the bottom of this scandal. Canadians deserve to know what's in those documents, and those who broke the law should be prosecuted. And above all, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this government is not worth the cost or the corruption, and only Conservatives will take action to clean up this mess. So I believe it is time for a carbon tax election so that Canadians can elect a common-sense Conservative government that will end the corruption, that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and get things back on track for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary.
Conservatives are actually treated in the back room because they're all watched very closely by the Conservative leader and reports directly. And it's interesting, he ended it off his speech by slogans. And this is a CBC report. It should be mandatory reading, actually, quite frankly, for every member of this House. Here's what Conservative MPs and Conservatives say. If the leader invents a new slogan, we know we'll have to use it. It goes on to say, if you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded, said a Conservative source. You are celebrated in front of the entire caucus for proof of being a good cheerleader. These are what Conservative MPs and Conservatives are actually saying, and we just witnessed yet another of virtually every one of them that stand up, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, this is nothing more than a multi-million-dollar game that the Conservative Party is playing that's in the self-interest of the leader of the Conservative Party, not what's in the interest of Canadians. My question is when will the Conservatives stop playing this game at the expense of Canadians and allow us to vote on their motion, which, by the way, says that we take the issue and we hand it over to Procedures and House Affairs. That's the actual motion. If you want to talk about corruption, I got a much longer list about Conservative corruption, even corruption in which his own leader was involved in.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
And it's always amusing to be able to respond to a question from the member from Winnipeg North. The crux of the question was when we can get back to work, and I would reiterate we can get back to work when this government hands over the documents and finally shows some transparency. I think it's incredibly amusing, once again I'll use that word, that the member spoke to that CBC article, which was absolute garbage, Mr. Speaker, but the fact of the matter is we have a Liberal Party that is actively trying to remove their leader. There's lists circulating amongst their caucus. I'd be very curious to know if the member from Winnipeg North has seen that letter. Maybe he's signed that letter, Mr. Speaker, but I doubt we'll ever know because we know that Liberal members have to get permission to actually be able to speak their mind in their own caucus, Mr. Speaker. So he likes to pretend to be all high and mighty, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that Conservatives...
The Honourable Member is rising on a point of order.
At least within the Liberal caucus, we individually have minds. We don't have to follow the lead of the leaders.
This is quite obviously a point of debate. The honourable member had used up the time for his answer, so questions and comments, recognizing the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a month now, the Conservatives have been preventing us from doing our work and dealing with serious things. So I will ask a question that is not in line with the current debate, but which is important nonetheless. In coming years, there might be a sovereigntist government in Quebec. They might even hold a referendum. If the Conservatives are elected, we know that there's a Referendum Clarity Act. We know that the Canadian government gave itself the right to not respect democracy. I wonder if my colleague thinks that if Quebec votes yes in a referendum, will that be recognized by a future Conservative government? The Honourable Member for Kenora. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question.
I would like to reiterate the topic at hand today about the SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal. And I think that, although that question is, I believe, well-intentioned, well-placed, we have to stay focused on this fact that the Liberal government is continuing to paralyze Parliament, refusing to comply with an order of this House, all to cover up a scandal that must be very damaging to them, Mr. Speaker, if they are willing to go to such great lengths to cover it up. I hope that the Bloc Québécois, that the NDP and the other parties will join us in fighting for the answers, fighting for the truth, to ensure that Canadians can see what happened so that they can have transparency, and that those bad actors that are involved will get what's coming for them, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm just as disgusted with the Liberals' barrel of scandals that they followed a Conservative government under Harper, who also had a barrel of scandals. But I have to say, I've been pretty nauseated having to listen to particularly the Conservative leader, the member from Carleton, stand up apparently or pretending to be on the side of Indigenous peoples when he's on the record being a residential school denialist. In fact, he's actually fundraised with residential school denialists, the Frontier Centre, who ran campaigns in Saskatchewan denying residential schools. And I've also had to call points of order on other Conservative members who's likened Indigenous backgrounds with criminality, something that they changed the Hansard over. So it's been actually, and in fact, I've found myself grunting out loud in the House in excruciating disgust, tokenizing the racism and the stripping and stealing of Indigenous identity from a party who supports residential school denialists. So I want to ask my colleague here, does he stand alongside with me to condemn the Conservative leader to fundraise any further with residential school denying think tanks? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member speaks to an accusation that is something that, frankly, I am unaware of. So I'm not going to make any direct comments about that, Mr. Speaker. I can say this: I've enjoyed working with the member in the past at committee and with members of this House to advance reconciliation, whether it be at Indigenous Affairs or anywhere else. And I know the Conservatives have a very bold plan for reconciliation. We have a plan to ensure that we are meeting the needs of First Nations, Inuit, Métis across the country. I look forward to continuing that work, hopefully with all members of the House in good faith and not playing political games.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speakers. I want to ask my colleague from Kenora the following question. When we're talking about this SDTC scandal, this is nearly $400 million of taxpayer funds that were corruptly directed to companies where the board members, all appointed by the Liberal minister at the time, profited directly from it because these were companies they controlled or were actively participating in. So $390 million is what we're talking about. It's an incredible amount of money. This is, we could have axed the carbon tax for a lot of residents in Alberta for that price, or in Ontario and is riding a Kenora for years. They would have netted out more money. We could have built some homes by reducing the GST on new builds under $1 million. We could have fixed more of the budget by reducing the deficit. And we could have stopped some crime, including the crime of obtaining a brand new passport after being ordered by a court not to have one. And these Liberals allowed a known convicted human trafficker to get a brand new passport from Passport Canada, despite the fact that a court had ordered that he not have one. Which one of those four options do you think his constituents would have preferred instead of giving it to Liberal crooks?
The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you can take your pick. Of course, as I mentioned in my remarks, this government, the debate itself is about the government handing over the documents, but they could have prevented all of that in the first place by just managing taxpayer funds effectively. And when I go door to door, when I speak to residents across northwestern Ontario and out and beyond, frankly, Mr. Speaker, we hear time and time again that people are looking for change. They're looking for a plan to bring down the cost of living by axing the tax, a plan to build more homes, as the member from Calgary Shepherd mentioned, by reducing the GST on new home builds and helping speed up building permits, Mr. Speaker. We have a number of common sense proposals that Canadians are excited about, and they want us to be here debating those issues. But unfortunately, the Liberals won't let us because they are too busy trying to cover up their own corruption.
We have time for one more quick question. 20 seconds. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want this to be a trick question, so I'll remind the member to be careful in the way he answers it because the Conservative spies are listening to him. The issue is we have very important votes that are going to be coming up. One in regards to providing workers in Canada, $18 million plus, $250 come springtime, and we have a tax holiday for the GST on a number of products and services coming up starting in December 15. Will this member be supporting those two measures?
The Honourable Member, 20 seconds.
The brief time, Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberals are moving forward with their temporary tax trick, and Conservatives also know that they're going to be increasing taxes on Canadians as soon as that is over. They have a plan along with this NDP coalition to continue raising the costs of living for Canadians, and Conservatives do not support that plan.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Monsieur President, it's always an honor and a pleasure, Mr. President, to bring the voice of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this chamber. As my colleague before me, he lamented the fact that he had to speak twice now on this, so I will add to the lament, as this is my third time now rising, because this government is not listening to ordinary Canadians as they are represented in this chamber. But before, Mr. President, I get into the substance of my speech, I want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of 40 extraordinary Canadians, for that is truly what ordinary Canadians are, for bringing the peace train to Ottawa 2 nights ago. MPs from a cross-section of this chamber, representing a cross-section of philosophical paths to peace, from our military veterans and peacekeepers to our peaceniks, all agreed on the message represented by the peace train participants, that Canada should do more for peace in our world. Mr. Speaker, it has been said many, many times that war is a failure of statecraft. Thank you to these folks for reminding us to invest more, in many ways, for peace. And so, speaking of state and government failures, here we are again. Why? Because this current government is ruling like an autocratic regime rather than a parliamentary democracy. Of course, I'm referring to the Green Slush Fund and the Liberal refusal to hand over documents as ordered. This government is not being accountable on any front, Mr. Speaker. What are we talking about today? We're talking about the sub-amendment which is to be added to the amendment, and it reads as follows: except that the order for the committee to report back to the House within 30 sitting days be discharged if the Speaker had sooner laid upon the table a notice from the law clerk and from the Parliamentary Council confirming that all government institutions have fully complied with the order adopted on June the 10th, 2024, that's my birthday, by depositing all of their responsive records in an unredacted form, end quote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this government does not have to report back to the House if they actually comply with the ruling of your office. At issue, of course, is the Auditor General's finding that the Liberal appointees gave 400 million tax dollars to their own companies, involving 186 conflicts of interest. This is about 400 million of wasted taxpayer dollars while Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. The NDP Liberals must end the cover-up and make the unredacted documents available as ordered by the Speaker so that the Parliament can get back to working for Canadians. Let's review a few of the facts. The Speaker ruled that the NDP Liberals violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest Liberal $400 million scandal. But why the cover-up? Why would they allow Parliament to be incapacitated rather than address the issues that Canadians really and truly do care about, like the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, crime and chaos? On the crime front, Mr. Speaker, this government has made a mockery of our justice system. Terry Lynn McClintock, who abducted and then assisted her boyfriend in the sexually motivated killing of 8-year-old Tori Stafford in 2009, was allowed to be in the presence of children through a mother-child program at a women's federal penitentiary. Hard to even fathom. Where's the accountability? And I've spoken so much about accountability in my previous 2 interventions. Time after time, this government has re-victimized victims, just as they did when they allowed Paul Bernardo to be moved out of a maximum security facility. This government created the problem by passing Bill C-83, which ensures that even the worst of the worst, like Paul Bernardo, Luca Magnotta, and Terry Lynn McClintock, must be incarcerated in the least restrictive environment. This Prime Minister has unleashed a wave of crime across this country with disastrous policies like C-5, which took away mandatory jail for violent crime and allowed sex offenders to serve their sentences in the same home as their victims under house arrest. C-65 also made it easier for repeat violent offenders to be given bail. While the Liberals are concerned about heinous criminals being given a less restrictive environment, Canadians suffer the consequences of unrestricted crime and chaos. And again, the victims of crime are re-victimized. This government must be held to account for these failures. They've allowed this Parliament to be paralyzed with their refusal to be transparent on the SDTC documents. Their own self-interest supersedes all other issues in their minds. Refusing to hand over the documents is an affront to this Parliament. What is so bad that they would go to such lengths to hide? Why would this government not instead focus themselves on their own caused food inflation? Mr. Speaker, food bank use has doubled. You heard right, doubled. Wholesale food prices in Canada have risen 36% faster than wholesale prices in the US, a gap that's opened up since the introduction of the carbon tax. Sadly now, there are 2 million people lined up to feed themselves and their families at food banks. Our economy is teetering on the brink, but yet the worst is to come. Mr. Speaker, this coalition government voted for and legislated the quadrupling of the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. In Ontario alone, Feed Ontario revealed last September that a record 1 million people visited a food bank in Ontario in 2024. This is a dramatic increase of the 25% from the previous year, with Feed Ontario CEOs telling the media that, quotes, they never thought they would see this day. Went on to say, I've been with this organization for 15 years, and I never thought we'd see this level of demand. I cannot believe we reached a point where the numbers are so dramatically high. and yet these Liberals seem oblivious to this suffering. In a parliamentary democracy, the Parliament is supreme. If a citizen finds a certain law repugnant, his only option is to mobilize a change in Parliament. For example, by campaigning in favor of a certain issue, by joining a political party, by standing for office. And such Parliament changes a law. Citizens that disagree with the law of this land and believe that their rights have been violated can push for political change. The rule of law is crucial in a democracy because it ensures that everyone, including government officials, are subject to that law. Key points about the rule of law in a democracy are that equality before the law, regardless of social status, checks on power, yes, that's right, Mr. Speaker, holding the government accountable. That is a fundamental point in the rule of law. Also, the protection of rights, social sustainability, where citizens trust the law will be applied fairly, and also economic development. A strong rule of law fosters a predictable business environment, encouraging investment and economic growth. And it's obviously evident that this government believes that they are above the law and above the sovereignty of this chamber. Holding leaders accountable for serious wrongdoings is a hallmark of democracy, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're here today. And again, I reiterate, where are the documents, what's in them that are making the Liberals so afraid that the Canadian public will find out? To the matter at hand, Mr. Speaker, let's talk for a moment what the Sustainable Technology Fund could do with respect to research and innovation, and in particular for a moment with the energy sector. If you would please indulge me for a moment as I'll come back to the direct issue of corruption at hand. I've often talked about this next sequence in roundtables and town halls I host. If you think back to the creation and the development and increase of wealth in our Western world, it has largely mirrored the increase and the densification of our energy. When we came out of the caves, Mr. Speaker, we heated ourselves, kept ourselves warm, and heated our food with wood. Over time, we moved to charcoal, coal, onto fossil fuels. Today, we have nuclear energy, potentially tomorrow hydrogen. Each one of these sources of energy has come with its own set of environmental consequences. And as we have moved to that densification of energy, Mr. Speaker, we have found ways of reducing, eventually removing, hopefully, environmental consequences. So a question I often ask when I'm hosting roundtables is the following. We often hear now, when we hear the opposition speak of fossil fuels, their use, they hope for the day of peak oil, that we get past of it. Here's my question to you, Mr. Speaker. When did the world achieve peak coal? Not metallurgical coal that we need for steelmaking, but when did the world hit peak use of thermal coal? I often ask this question at home. And so I get responses from my constituents. Some say, well, it's probably during the 1870s, during the Industrial Revolution, or maybe it was in the roaring 20s, in the lead up to the Great Crash, or more recently, post the Green Revolution, the 1970s. Mr. Speaker, our world hit peak coal, the record use of fossil fuels in the form of coal, in 2023. And we're going to break that record this year. So, but why is that important? Coal has twice the greenhouse gas emissions of liquefied natural gas. If Canada actually truly wanted to address greenhouse gas emissions that had a material effect on the world, we would be championing the use of our clean and ethically produced liquid natural gas. We had 15 projects on the books 10 years ago. That is not what this government has done. We've had the world come asking for that energy. Instead, this government has introduced a carbon tax, which, while it said might make you feel good by patting yourself on the back that you're doing something, Canada produces 1.5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Weather, climate, is a worldwide phenomenon. And if we actually wanted to impact greenhouse gas emissions on a worldwide scale, we actually could. And Mr. Speaker, a carbon tax is not what's going to do it. But we could, not as an end goal a century out, but as an interim step that actually reduced greenhouse gas emissions from a material perspective and funded our own wealth as we transitioned our economy over to even more environmentally benign technologies. That's what we could be doing. And there was a fund set up to direct energy, investment, innovation in that direction. Auditor General took a look at it back in 2017, and that fund was working well. Here we are today, and I will end in a few minutes after speaking an hour already to the corruption that has come from this government. So if we wanted to do something, that's where that fund could actually and truly be making a difference. Instead, we're here talking about corruption. I've spoken at great length in this House about the lack of accountability, about the endemic corruption that is in this government. The lack of accountability by the former employment minister. After months of Conservative prosecution, he finally resigned. Allegations of fraud, of being involved in a private business while sitting at the cabinet table, and fake Indigenous claims weren't enough to remove him from cabinet for months. Why is this behavior seemingly endemic in this government? Earlier this week, the PM defended his minister and claimed, "I'm happy," and I'm quoting here, "that he is continuing to lead on issues around jobs and employment and represent Alberta in our government," end quote. It is now clear that the PM knew about the crime and corruption the other Randy was engaged in the entire time. That wasn't enough to remove him. He knew about the double identity, but chose to look the other way. The Prime Minister knew that the member from Edmonton Centre was operating his own business while sitting at the cabinet table. You may remember the former minister had the nerve to testify that, quotes, Randy referenced in the text was not him, but another Randy who just happened to work at the company he has a 50% ownership stake in. His business partner has refuted these claims, stating now that he was the only Randy who worked at that company. But I guess he thought if the Prime Minister was backing him, he could get away with it. After all, the Liberals have gotten away with a litany of scandals over their rocky 9-year tenure in government. The Prime Minister knew that he was falsely claiming to be Indigenous to steal money from actual Indigenous peoples. After firing a legitimate Indigenous Justice Minister for upholding the rule of law in Canada against his wishes, the Prime Minister decided to protect a corrupt, fake Indigenous minister. There's a double standard here when it comes to these Liberals. They expect the rest of us to be responsible for our actions, but they are not accountable for theirs. Everything from Frank Baylis and the $273 million scandal to the former Minister Navdeep Bains getting an executive position at Rogers after the government greenlit the Rogers-Shaw merger. And I see, Mr. Speaker, that my time is running short. It is unconscionable, Mr. Speaker, for every member of this House of Commons that swears an oath to uphold the democratic institution of Parliament, because this is the foundation that our nation was founded upon. It is a firm and solid base. Here, as we come here to work every day, we are witnessing the rebuilding of Centre Block. The government is spending between $4.5 and $5 billion, in part to provide a firm and solid foundation under that national treasure. There's an old hymn whose refrain goes something like this: "On Christ the solid rock I stand, all other ground is sinking sand," end quote. When we build a home, the foundation is arguably the most important part. Without a firm foundation, Centre Block would not be secure. Our security in a democracy is the firm foundation that our country was built upon. It provides for the stability upon which we stand. When a democratic government rules as if it were a dictatorship, the supremacy and the stability of Parliament is lost. Freedom is not free, Mr. Speaker. Over 118,000 Canadians have died in military service for our country to keep this land glorious and free. That is a predominant line in our national anthem. It is time that this government adhere to the principle of the rule of law in Canada. The fundamental principle of the rule of law means that everyone is subject to the same laws and no one is above the law. The rule of law is based on the idea that laws should be applied fairly and equally to all people, regardless of their power, wealth, or societal position. It is time to restore accountability and democratic freedom in Canada. Conservatives will continue to hold this government accountable and demand that the documents be released in an unredacted form. When will this government call a carbon tax election so that Canadians can vote out this out-of-control, corrupt government and vote in a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, and bring home lower prices for all Canadians, for our home, Mr. Speaker, for your home, for my home, for our home, all together now. Let's bring it home.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Listening to the member's speech, I thought parts of it were extremely thoughtful. Those parts when he spoke more extemporaneously about the history of fuels and so on. And then, of course, he went into what I call the ChatGPT conservative tropes that we've been hearing for 4 weeks. But my question to the member is this. When it comes to the Conservative Party, there is no such thing as an environmental policy mix. It's all based on one thing. We don't like the price on carbon. We don't like ZEV mandates. We don't like an emissions cap. We don't like a clean fuel standard. We don't like a clean electricity standard. We don't even like planting trees. It all comes down, and the member mentioned it. It all comes down to giving money for green technology. And what the member seemed to be saying was, what they want to do is give a lot of money to the oil and gas industry, and we know that they're allied with the oil and gas industry, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if the member doesn't find that a bit ironic.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Chatham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. There's so many ways that I could go in response. Let's start with, first of all, with trees. This government has addressed climate change by planting 2 billion trees. I would ask every one of you that have a phone here, and just go to Google and ask, how many trees does Canada have? Google, ask the question, how many trees does Canada have? Because this government's plan to address climate change was to plant 2 billion trees. They're nowhere close to that, but they want to add 2 billion to Canada's present 318 billion trees. That's the plan. That's exactly what Google's will tell you. And your plan to address climate change is to add another 2. Thank you. You haven't got there yet.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
On a ici un rappel au règlement.
We have a point of order from the... I would ask colleagues to listen to those who have the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Number of trees, but they do start as seeds, just to make the member aware.
Oui, évidemment, ceci...
Obviously, that was debate. We're at questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Order.
Le chahutage, s'il vous plaît.
Stop heckling, please. A bit of respect, please.
Promise. They're called saplings. You know, they're already grown up.
Bon, chers collègues.
Okay. Colleagues, could we have some decorum, please? I know that the debate sometimes gets heated.
Chers collègues.
Colleagues.
Question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Friday afternoon. We're all a bit tired. That question, how many trees have been planted, that's a good question. I know that they campaigned on a promise to plant 2 billion, and yet only a few percentage points of that number have actually been planted. But the Conservatives claim to be common sense. So I have two examples where cuts could be made. One is the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, not Greenpeace, not Equiterre, but Canada has given the oil patch $50 billion in subsidies in 2022. So that's an opportunity to cut spending. We could build a lot of housing instead of that. Does my colleague agree that cuts could be made there?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Yes, Canada does need to build an awful lot of housing. We have our own ideas about that as well. But the topic of discussion today is actually the Sustainability Development Fund. And that's where we could be doing, as if the member was listening to my speech, we could actually be investing, making our processes more efficient to actually provide fuels to this world now, not forever, that actually addresses the climate and addresses greenhouse gas emissions. That's actually a practical, common sense approach that not only bankrupts Canada, it actually does the opposite. It actually enriches Canada while we are able to fund the transition to even greener fuels. But no, instead we have a tax. Instead we have a tax. That's the plan. And that's the plan that the Conservatives say no to, that we will axe the tax and we will fund sustainable technologies in the future.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, and I just want to correct the record. No, we don't have enough trees, and no, the Liberals haven't planted what they promised. But getting back to the debate at hand, again, as I said before, the fact that the Conservative Party, who has voted unanimously against the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, whose former leader said that the crisis of MMIWG wasn't on his radar, to have this deep concern for Indigenous peoples. I want to let everybody, and certainly First Nations across Canada, that this party leader, who is on the record fundraising with residential school denialists, does not care about First Nations people. But I do know the member has spent a great deal of time on food security issues, and I want to honor his work in this. I'm wondering if he supports his party's plan with his really, many years of work around food security to cut the school food program. And if he supported his party's move to vote against my bill for a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
I want to thank my colleague from the NDP from Winnipeg Centre for the question. Several things I do support. I have spent time in food security, and I support food security for Canadians and indeed for all peoples of the world. I'm trying to remember what the other question was. And my colleagues that have done great work with the Indigenous files, I support them as well, and the next government will actually have bold and innovative plans to deal with reconciliation with our First Nations. Do I support? Point of order. What's the question?
Ici un rappel au règlement.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Remind the member that nobody owns us as Indigenous people, and we have on several occasions rose in the House to remind members not to call us our Indigenous people. We're not pets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bon, l'honorable député peut poursuivre.
The honourable member may continue.
With our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kelowna.
For his intervention today. My question to him, bringing it back to what we're debating here today, is with respect to the SDTC and having 186 instances of fraud, basically, looking at, the Auditor General had conducted this audit. And it's absolutely incredible where there's this, conflict of interest, actually, that came out of this audit. And so I'm wondering if the member can speak to this, just how excessive this is. Any one amount of conflict of interest, 1, 2, or 3 is enough, but we've actually had 186. And we also know that as part of that, the Auditor General didn't actually audit all of the contracts. The Auditor General only audited approximately half of them, so it could potentially be even higher. So I'm wondering if the member can speak to just the incredible amount of this and how important this is, and it's just the lengths that this government has gone to in order to protect this and not bring out all of the documents unredacted is just absolutely unprecedented.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
My colleague from Kelowna Lake Country for the question. Yeah, 186. I think the fear is that that's just the tip of the iceberg once all the documents are provided. I've been fortunate in my life to be actually part of several different organizations, be a part of. And what really truly is a fact is that the culture of an organization often comes from the leadership shown at the top. And so while there's 186 conflicts of interest here, I didn't have time today, and even cut about 4 pages out. But I did in previous 2 interventions to actually begin to list the litany of conflicts and corruptions from this government in the past. And so why is this? It's almost like the Canadians have become immune to Liberal corruption. I think we'll find out that they're not when we do finally get to an election. But what I wanted to say with the example gets set at the top. And this is the first Prime Minister that's been convicted twice for ethics violations. Is that what's causing almost the permissive ability for his ministers to go one after another and commit the same kinds of acts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would suggest to the member he might want to check the ethical challenges that the leader of the Conservative Party had while he was in government, when there was a lot more corruption, power hunger, and so forth, and it continues today when you see the leader of the Conservative Party. I would suggest you being in borderline contempt in terms of this multi-million-dollar game that they continue to play at taxpayers' expense, all for his personal self-interest as opposed to Canadians' interest, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is, when is the Conservative Party not going to recognize that the motion before the House is that this issue be brought over to Standing Committee of Procedures and House Affairs? The Conservatives have refused to allow that to happen. Rather, they want to filibuster now for weeks and weeks at a substantial cost to all Canadians. When does the game stop?
L'honorable député de Chatham.
The honourable member.
The member from Winnipeg North used the word contempt. Borderline contempt. Mr. Speaker, even Richard Nixon turned over the tapes. And then he resigned. Is that why we're not seeing the documents? Is that why this government is standing in contempt of Parliament and of your office? Turn over the documents.
And resign.
We have time for a quick question, 25 seconds. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. I've been hearing him say how important it is to get off coal. It's all very interesting because, as a matter of fact, it wasn't that long ago that a parliamentary committee studying Bill C-33 moved an amendment to stop the exporting of coal in the combat in the fight against climate change. And this was opposed by a Conservative colleague. I'm wondering if they've changed their position. 30 seconds to answer.
Mr. Speaker, we have to be very, very careful when we talk about coal, when we talk about metallurgical coal or thermal coal. Two different entities, okay? Metallurgical coal that goes in the production of steel. We need steel. We need steel. Ideally, we would be making more Canadian steel. And so that, and again, as I said in my speech, the progression of technologies through the densification of energy and its resultant lesser, more benign environmental effects is something that this party does and will always support.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your service today. In recent months, I've been practicing my French to support both official languages of my home country, Lebanon. Today is Lebanon's Independence Day, and so I would like to wish my birth country And to the people of Lebanon, I wish that the war will end soon. War that has been going on for months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is raining today in Ottawa, and it's been almost the end of November. We can perhaps be thankful that what we are getting on this great day is rain and not snow. At this time of year, with the weather just above the freezing point, snow doesn't last very long as snow. It's quickly turned into slush. Slush, Wikipedia tells us, is also called slush ice. It is a slurry mixture of small ice crystals and liquid water. In the natural environment, slush forms when ice or snow melts or during mixed precipitation. This often mixes with dirt and other pollutants on the surface, resulting in a gray or muddy brown color. Strangely, Wikipedia makes no mention of green slush, though I suppose you could make green slush by adding a little food coloring. If you did though, it would still be slush, which often goes through multiple freeze-thaw cycles before being able to completely drain and disappear. The Liberals are desperately hoping someone or something will make their green slush fund drain and disappear. For that to happen, though, they have to be willing to accede to the will of this House and produce the documents that they were requested in unredacted form. I understand they don't want to do that. The Auditor General uncovered many instances of apparent corruption. Releasing the documents will allow us to determine whether there was more. You would think a government that was honest wants to do that. Failing to release the documents make it look like they have something to hide. Maybe it's the Prime Minister. Maybe it's one or more of the ministers. Where there's a smell of corruption, it seems safe to say there is corruption somewhere. We have the smell. What's making the stink? What might the corruption look like? One of the supposedly shining lights in the Liberal plan to fight the climate change was Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, a foundation the Liberals created to fund new clean technologies, and their desire was to tackle climate change through Canadian innovation. It's a good goal, bad intention. It looks like a good idea. Who could argue against this concept? We all understand the need to fight climate change, and Canadians should be world leaders in developing new technology. We have the know-how, but those with the brain power sometimes need help bringing their ideas to fruition. What this great idea turned into apparently was a Liberal slush fund. Merriam-Webster provides us with 3 definitions for what constitutes a slush fund. It can be, and I quote, a fund raised from the sale of refuse to obtain small, luxurious, or pleasures for a worship crew, end quote. Certainly, where the Liberals are involved, there's a lot of refuse. But I doubt if anyone would be willing to pay for their excrement. So we should turn to the other definitions. A slush fund can also be, and I quote, a fund for bribing public officials or carrying on corruptive propaganda, end quote. I think this hits closer to the mark. Though in the case of the public officials appear to be unelected party insiders. You could say that it was used for corruptive propaganda, though. The Liberals talk about climate change and the great things they would be done by SDTC. Turns out, the Liberal plan to fight climate change was anchored in the idea of giving money to their friends. No wonder they don't want to release the documents that will show the full extent of their corruption. Merriam-Webster's final definition of a slush fund also seems appropriate. It is, and I quote, unregulated fund often used for illicit purposes, end quote. Certainly, no member opposite can really believe that it's the right to reward liberal insiders with million-dollar contracts without public scrutiny. Do they really believe? Do they really believe that the public is being served by this conflict of interest? Are they so self-righteous that they believe that the means justify the ends, as long as the ends are liberal ends? Apparently, they do. Or they would stop this sham and release the document. They would rather tie up this House than do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I was raised in a country that believes in honor. I have always known the importance of doing the right thing, the honorable thing. A person is judged by their actions and whether they do the right thing, not just when it's convenient, but always. To act incorrectly, be less than honorable, brings shame on yourself, your family, your friends, and your nation. A person would rather die than act shamefully. Apparently, this is not true in Canada, as we see from this government anymore. When I look across the aisle and I see the faces of the Liberal members, I have to ask whether their sense of honor has gone. Each and every one of them, I'm sure, came to this House wanting to do the right thing for the good of the country. Somehow, though, they have lost their sense of honor and are taking part in shameful acts. They are complicit in a cover-up. They are aiding and abetting possible criminal activity. They are disrespecting the will of the House of Commons and the order of the Speaker. They sit there and they don't even feel shame. If they did, they would come into this chamber with paper bags over their heads to conceal the faces from the people of Canada who trust they have betrayed. It saddens me to see them, those people who once had ideal of serving the country, and see how far they have fallen. They have lost their honor and shamed not to only themselves and their families, but the constituents they were elected to serve. The longer they continue this cover-up, the more shameful their actions become. There is a way out of this, of course. They can regain the lost honor. They can tell the Prime Minister and the ministers to stop the cover-up, do the right thing, and release the documents. Somehow, though it saddens me to say it, I don't see the members opposite having the courage to do that. Which is why we have to debate the motion before us today. It is important that the people of Canada know that this government is trying to conceal wrongdoing. $400 million. $400 million may seem insignificant to the Liberal governments that has in 9 years, more than double Canada's national debt. Handing out such sums to the Liberal insiders with violating the rules is apparently business as usual for the Liberals. But, Mr. Speaker, is not business as usual to the Canadian people who are being carbon taxed to death. It is not business as usual to the record numbers visiting Canadians' food banks each month. How many people with that money can feed? Canadians are appalled that money that was supposed to fight climate change was instead used to line Liberal pockets. The Liberals cannot deny it. The corruption was so bad that they had to shut down their green slush fund. And I don't think any member there will deny what I'm saying. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister explained the new Liberals' climate strategy. Canadians who are worried about feeding their children are being short-sighted, he says. Apparently, he thinks it is morally selfish to be concerned about feeding your children. Better they should starve to death for the good of the planet. It is easy. It is easy to take the moral high road when you were born into privilege. And the only food bank you have ever seen was as a visiting politician. That's not the real work that most Canadians experience. It is more important that we in this House show Canadians that there is still honor in this land, that graft, greed, and corruption will not be rewarded. Politicians at any level of government should not be allowed to hide corruption and wasteful spending. It seems to me that those who are inviting mob rules, the day will come when the people will say that they have had enough with politicians who don't understand that their role is to serve, not to reward their friends. The member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, has proposed what I see as a reasonable sub-amendment to the amended motion. It takes into account the possibility, however remote it may seem, that the government fully complies with the order from the Speaker of June 10, 2024. If the Liberals were to do this, if they were to show respect for the Speaker and this House, then there would be no need to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Adopting this sub-amendment could save the committee time in the unlikely event that the Liberals decide to do the right thing. When the Liberals realize that they have no right to overrule the Speaker and the will of the House, when will they realize that? The Prime Minister has expressed his admiration for the way dictatorships can get things done. So it is understandable that he wishes to ignore those who don't see things his way. But someone needs to tell him that, no matter how much he wishes it was. Canada is not a dictatorship. Canada is not a dictatorship. He and his party are supposed to respect the rule of the law, even if they don't like it. Maybe, given his famous math skills about balancing budgets and small deficits, and his unwillingness to think about fiscal policy, the Prime Minister has become confused. He knows the Auditor General found that some SDTC contracts involve conflicts of interest involving Liberal appointees and their friends. But maybe he thinks it was only 1 or 2 incidents. Nothing to get excited about. Surely, the people of Canada won't be concerned about 1 or 2 incidents, except it was It wasn't 1 or 2. It was 186. It was 186 incidents of corruption. That is not a mistake. Someone forgetting to recuse themselves once or twice, not realizing that there was a conflict. That is a systematic failure, one that has cost taxpayers $400 million so far. Only if the documents are released as ordered can we find out if the problem is bigger than that, if the corruption runs deeper, if there's no wrongdoing, what are they afraid of? The only reason not to comply with the Speaker's order is that they know the real numbers are much, much worse, and the corruption is much more widespread than they have already admitted. No wonder they don't want the police involved. In not complying with the Speaker's order, the Liberals are paralyzing the Parliament, preventing us from other important work, not that they are willing to admit it. It is not our fault. That's what we hear. They tell anyone that was listening to them. It is the fault of the evil opposition who won't allow us to get away with covering up the corruption. Why do they have to be so mean to us? We hear that all the time, every day. Canadians deserve to know the details about who profited from this $400 million scandal. That money didn't come out of the pockets of the members on the other side. Liberals donors did not offer them as donations. That money came from taxpayers, from people wondering whether they can afford to heat their house this winter and put the groceries on the tables. For Canadians, $400 is a big deal, but $400 million is beyond their imagination. No wonder the Liberals think that they can get away with it. They think people won't believe how corrupt they are. After 9 years of Liberal government, the scandals are too many to list. The Prime Ministers lead by example with his multiple ethics violations. No wonder so many of his ministers have difficulties determining right from wrong, something we have seen again and again in the past week. Canadians are sick and tired of the arrogance and paternalism this Prime Minister and his Liberal government have shown. Apparently, they know best about everything, and if you disagree with them, you just are too ignorant to understand. That would explain why the Prime Minister would suggest that Canadians' parents should let their children go hungry in the name of serving the planet, even if there's no proof that any of his policies will have any appreciable effect on climate change. Those of us who live in the real world knows that it's the time for this government to do the right thing. Those living in liberal fantasy land will continue their efforts to paralyze this House and perpetuate the cover-up. Mr. Speaker, I for once do not believe that participating in a cover-up of the mismanagement of public funds is the honorable thing. I would be ashamed to be part of it. I ask the members opposite to remember the ideals and values that they held when they were first elected, live up to those now, and do the right thing, hand out the documents, and end the cover-up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member mentioned about the national debt in his speech. So I would like to ask him, the national net debt to GDP in Canada is amongst the best in the G7 countries. The deficit to GDP is again, Canada is the best among the G7 countries. You know, the economic growth, IMF projects in 2025, it will be the best among the G7 countries. The Canadian Consumer Confidence Index today is at 30 months high. The inflation from the peak of June 2022 has come down to 2% at the lower end of the Bank of Canada's preferred target range. And the interest rates have been cut 4 times. You know, Canada, the best per capita foreign direct investment we have. So I would like to ask the honourable member, under what economic indicators Canada is lagging behind any of the G7 countries?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Member opposite for his questions. Unfortunately, this is the fantasy land, the liberal fantasy land I was talking about. People cannot be fed reports and papers. There's only some documents that Canadians would love for this government to talk about, is the documents that they have to release to this House to uncover the scandals. If the honourable member can help me with some of his good colleagues on the other side and push the Prime Minister and the ministers and the rest of the caucus to hand back the documents to show the $400 million corruption, that will be more fruitful and better conversation to have, because that will be real help to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech in the House today, and I would like to wish him a happy Lebanese Independence Day. It is, of course, Lebanese Heritage Month as well, and I know from our city of Edmonton we have an incredible diaspora community of Lebanese Canadians. And I want to ask him a question that I know is very important to many of the people in his constituency. Yesterday, the International Court of Justice came forward with arrest warrants for Netanyahu, for some of his cabinet ministers, and for members of Hamas. Now, I've been very clear that I believe in the international justice systems. These are the systems that were, you know, Canada was one of the architects of the Rome Statute and the international court systems. And so I'm wondering if the member can say whether or not he also is supportive of the international justice systems and would agree with the NDP that we should enforce the arrest warrants should Netanyahu and his cabinet ministers come to Canada.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the member from Strathcona. For some reason, she chose this time to wish me a good Independence Day for Lebanon. A week before that, she wouldn't even sympathize with me about what's happening in my home country. So the message to this member is to stop.
Very sorry to interrupt, but the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, according to the standing orders, it is not appropriate for members of this House to speak falsehoods. And I have been a staunch supporter of the Lebanese community in Canada and around the world. I think he would definitely know that. So I'm wondering if he would like to apologize and retract that statement. I would ask that you insist upon it, please.
Un instant. One moment, please.
Donc, la table va vérifier.
The chair will look into this and get back to you if needed. The honourable member from Edmonton Manning can complete his answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize that this member for keep meddling in the business of my community for her own political fortune and for her party's political fortune. So, Mr. Speaker, on the question of irrelevance from her, thank you very much. I'm not going to answer her question.
On a ici un autre.
Once again, the honourable member from London Fanshawe is rising on a point of order.
I understand why this member doesn't want to follow the rules of this place, but the member from Edmonton Strathcona is clearly doing her job as a foreign affairs critic, but also as a member of Parliament in this House, standing up for communities. It is not meddling to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Bon, donc on était dans les questions.
We were doing questions and comments, so we'll continue with that. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague to have made his beginning of his statement in French. I deeply appreciate that. And if I may, he used a lot the word slush. You know, this is exactly the same expression that we have in French. So you can use slush in French and in English. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the heart of this issue, which is a serious issue. We have gathered today because $400 million have been misspent. We're not talking about a little accounting mistake here. We're talking about 186 lapses of government procedure. And it's not what the Conservatives are saying, it's what the Auditor General is saying. She's carried out an investigation and found that 80% of the projects looked at under the Green Slush Fund were mismanaged. Has my colleague ever witnessed such a misuse of public funds? The Honourable Member.
For the Honourable Member for his French addition or word that I now will use in France, en français. In the meantime, it's unprecedented. 186 cases. That's the one we know about. But there could be way more than that. Could be much deeper than $400 million and 186 cases. I don't understand, and I can't still comprehend how can we accept this to happen in Canada. I have different experience in countries where corruption become a culture. I don't want corruption to become a culture in Canada, and that's why we have to be very, very careful, and this government is responsible to do the right thing, show the documents, and make sure that people who misuse the fund for their own personal use be accountable for their actions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent intervention. He always speaks so informed and well. I just wanted to ask him, similar to what I asked another colleague of mine, with respect to the magnitude of this. You know, with 186 instances of conflict of interest that were found by the Auditor General, you know, that did an audit, and we know that the Auditor General did not even audit all of the contracts. And so just the magnitude of this, the weight of this, and how important this is, you know, even one instance would have been enough to question the SDTC program, and here we have 186. And so can you just speak to just how big this is and why it's so important that all of the documents relating to this are unredacted and are put forth on this? Thank you.
The Honourable Member with 30 seconds remaining.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country. Yes, absolutely. It's 186 cases, the one we know about. It's beyond any comprehension whatsoever. It's beyond belief that we still debating this and this government is still sleeping on their hands instead of handling the documents and show some respect to Canadians for the mismanagement and misuse of their fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and have a good weekend.
The Honourable Member will have 3 more minutes at the next sitting of the House. As the time allotted for debate has expired, the House will resume the study on the motion of privilege at its next sitting at 11 o'clock. Pursuant to Standing Order 24.1, I would like to inform members that members' business has been suspended for today. As it is 2:30 p.m., the House will adjourn until Monday at 11 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.